Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the November 6th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioner Stebbins, Ryan, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners before we proceed to commission discussion and votes. There's one item in the commission discussion and vote section today. Discussion and review of draft regulations and policy questions, revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption. Following the discussion and review of social consumption regulations, we will take a brief recess to prepare the room for the public listening session regarding disproportionately impacted areas scheduled to begin at 3 p.m. I will ask the commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting, raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. And Commissioner Stebbins, we'll start with you this time.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're meeting tomorrow and have the same opportunity, so I'll save all my comments till tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Chair. Let's get to work.
Get to work. Okay, great. All right. Let's see. So we will be turning things over to Attorney Bruno. Will you be leading this off, and Attorney Baker will be helping us walk through these changes to regulations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will start on page 34 of the draft at 500-0506 under social consumption establishments. This is 6G, which reads.
And can you say what page?
Oh, 34. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Give everybody a moment.
Yep. Thank you.
You guys keep going. I have another packet in my own.
Okay. Just give her 1 second.
Absolutely.
Okay, here she is. That's fine. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Bruno.
We are at 500. I'm sorry, I'll start again. We're at page 34, 500-0506 G, which reads, social consumption establishment licenses shall be limited on an exclusive basis to businesses controlled by and with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment, priority applicants, or social equity program participants, or micro businesses and craft marijuana cooperatives for a period of 60 months from the date of the first hospitality on-site consumption licensee receives a notice to commence operations, provided, however, that the Commission may, by vote, decide to extend that period following a determination that the goal of the exclusivity period to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of the law, by farmers and by businesses of all size has not been met. This particular section for commissioner decision is based around the exclusivity period, the scope, length, and nature of that period.
So I can raise this was one of the issues that I wrestle with attorneys Bruno and Baker, and my thought regarding the exclusivity period is that 60 months may have a significant impact on equity. And as I've described it, there are basically two sides to equity. There is equity to promote the robust participation for persons who've been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs to become licensees or to, basically make money and be entrepreneurs in or around the cannabis industry. But it's my understanding, and maybe Commissioner Stebbins, you can, because you were on the working group for a number of years, and I know that you've been very imbued in this.
there are two different sides of equity in that. One of the reasons that we have social consumption being considered is that on the other side of equity, there are persons who live in federal housing, persons who live in, other maybe public housing where they cannot, in their home, in the privacy of their home, have access to cannabis products or medicine. And while we're still not fully dealing with the medical issue here, obviously with on-site consumption, I believe that 36 months, keeping it consistent with what we've had for our other social equity licenses actually makes sense. I point to, and we do reference the craft cooperative licenses, and this was something that was created in essence to help farmers become involved in the industry. But frankly, it was drafted in a way that people don't really understand how farmers would be functioning within the cannabis industry. They drafted it based on how cranberries work, and we have collaboratives and cooperatives. So what I'm concerned about is if we put this out there, we will be spending a great deal of time getting this done, getting this right, putting out guidance, working with communities. I fear that having an exclusivity period that is too long could end up discouraging opportunities for people to have access to their medicines or the products that they would like to purchase. So I just wanted to put that out there. Commissioner Stebbins, I just wanted to get your thoughts on this and, have Commissioner Roy give her thoughts as well. But Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just kind of going back, I think a couple of things. First of all, a lot of the language here is consistent with language I think you're alluding to, Chair, of what we did for delivery. When I, in the working group, started looking at this, one of the questions I had for the inaugural set of commissioners were, how did you settle on 3 years? And realizing at the time that there was proposed litigation against us because of an exclusivity period, but there didn't appear to be any defined reason why they came up with 3 years. It was kind of 3 years. Let's start with that. I think what we proposed in landing on 5 years or 60 months was based on tying it to, and again, we know that people need to sometimes dip into their home equity. I was trying to base it on something, and usually when you pull, a home equity line of credit, your payment terms can be anywhere from no less than 5 years and usually no more than 30 years. So trying to base it on something that we could defend and support, I think was the rationale for the 60 months. Obviously, understanding another key variable here and why I felt 60 months was better than the 36 under the delivery operators. We're expecting a lot more of at least in the case of 2 licenses, we're expecting more capital infusion. We're expecting more people to build out brick and mortar than, say, a delivery courier who's just spending money on a few vehicles. So we were hoping, that exclusivity would give them hopefully a chance to recover some of that upfront capital investment. And really the provision of why we suggested the clock start ticking with the hospitality licensee is because the supplemental, as we've talked about, may already have space within their existing facility. The marijuana event organizer we always viewed as kind of a low barrier to entry to get into the marketplace, and that the hospitality was going to be the one that might involve a longer process and getting up and running, getting your license, getting approved, getting an HCA, building out the space. And certainly thinking that the other two, we might see license activity before we'd see the hospitality license. So just trying to structure it that way. And again, if we model it similarly off delivery courier and delivery operator, the 3-year exclusivity for delivery started when the first delivery operator opened, again, because of building out space for storage, et cetera. So that's kind of the reasoning and rationale we put behind it. I know we had public comments saying, look at a longer term. Again, I feel comfortable with recommending 60 just based on all of those factors. And again, we'll have the opportunity, similar to delivery, to kind of assess where we are when that exclusivity window is up and either deciding not to extend it or to extend it and giving us that flexibility.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with the chair that we need to look at access and opportunity. And if we put almost double the amount of months we did for delivery, that could impede that. And I think we should be consistent because we could be arbitrary and capricious. So you're rational, so you need a rational basis, Commissioner Stebbins. So your rational basis is based on home equity loans?
That's what I drew from. That was kind of just trying to find a marker and knowing that some folks are going to probably have to leverage their own assets to build out space and get in the licensing processes.
Banks aren't lending to these folks. They're not lending in this
I
space.
know they're not lending.
So I don't know. I don't get the correlation with a home equity loan.
You can pull money out of your house to loan yourself money for whatever purpose you so choose.
I can, Commissioner, I can see that, but one of the issues that I have, I mean, this would also be subject to, and again, we'll have to get it right this time, that we will be doing in real time
I was just going to say that.
reviews of whether or not this is successful or not successful. And I remember when I tried to put the 2-driver rule on the
Right.
agenda for June of 2023, and we had to wait another year. I heard from a number of those, operators that they wanted to make sure that we were getting rid of the 2-driver rule, and then it took another 12 months to get it done. I worry that in the process of, we will be taking a lot of time to be developing these guidelines, working with municipalities. And I do think that there is already a built-in mechanism because we will be looking in 36 months, should we extend it? We have the opportunity to do it. I just worry that if we handcuff ourselves with 60 months, that could generate additional problems, just as we found when we were looking at the initial, exclusive delivery licenses. So that is my issue. But also, if there is difficulty getting into the market, and we will be in real time assessing this and looking at it, we will be able to determine, one, how do we protect those social equity or economic empowerment applicants who are interested in doing this? But we also have to look at the other side of the coin and making sure that the product and the access to the products are made available to people who, again, if they live in public housing that's federally subsidized, we may be depriving them on the other side of that sort of balancing level, if you will. We will be potentially depriving them of access if we're not getting this right. So that would be my consideration. I think 60 months is too long. I think that the 36 months being consistent with what we've had with the original exclusivity period, but also the one thing we're going to do different here is that we will actually in real time be doing the analysis. We should have been doing that for the other exclusivity licenses and it never got done. And so now we're spending money to play catch up. And thanks to Attorney Baker's leadership, it looks like we're going to be able to get that done, and we can make that decision about extending those exclusive licenses. So anyway, I would make that argument that I think that 60 months is too long, that if we have 36 months, we always have the option of doubling that in the future, but doing it based on, and we're going to be talking about disproportionately impacted areas, doing it based on real analysis and determination of whether or not we have done our job to open up this industry to the right people on the licensing side, as well as the people who need to be getting access to their products. Mr. Roy?
Yeah, and the other point too is I think the supplemental is more challenging, even though they already have a brick and mortar, they have to put in a negative air pressure air handling system, 2 of them, and construct a space that's, if there's indoor smoking, that is obscure from the rest of the facility. So to me, just partnering with a yoga studio or movie theater is a lighter lift than having to go through construction in your facility, and this is a huge investment. I've heard quotes over $1 million. So to me, it would buy more time for folks if we base it off a supplemental and not on, I think hospitality is am I missing something? I think that's like the easiest lift.
I mean,
Sevens.
thank you, Chair. No, it's a good point. We always, again, the working group kind of always viewed as hospitality is really starting from scratch. May not have a community identified as supplemental, has the experience of at least going through an HCA and a licensing process already. To your point, if they choose to start with, non-smoking consumption, yeah, some of the costs are a little bit easier. Again, our thinking here was how do we give somebody a chance to recover a fair amount, hopefully, of their investment prior to the whole market being open.
Commissioner Roy?
And I would propose switching it to the first supplemental that has indoor smoking.
That be the trigger?
Yeah.
For 36.
I think it's a harder hurdle to cross and it buys more time.
That's an interesting, Commissioner Stebbins, what do you think of that?
It's an interesting idea. Maybe consider broadening it to whether it's a supplemental or a hospitality who opens up indoor consumption, because they'll both be going through the same costs.
Commissioner Roy?
You're saying both, but whatever triggers it, whoever starts later, is that what you're saying?
This is based on whoever starts first. So if it's a supplemental or a hospitality, if they're building out, and I agree with you, we certainly have heard the cost of the ventilation system is going to be extensive. So why not start with whoever opens up an indoor consumption space first? Or start the clock ticking when the first indoor consumption
Smoking.
space opens up first.
Are you comfortable with
I think you need the smoking because that's the harder barrier.
Yeah.
For us.
Yes, that's what I mean. The indoor smoking.
Yeah. So are we finding consensus?
Or what do you're recommending both hospitality and supplemental?
Whichever licensee opens up indoor smoking first.
Whatever licensee opens last, but buy more time than first, but
I don't know what you mean by last.
well, whoever.
No,
I don't know, I'm just trying to real time spitball this. So if you have your hospitality, hospitality, your supplemental, and I'm saying whoever does indoor smoking out of the two, I don't want to say last, but that would buy more time than whoever gets to the finish line first.
Yeah.
The clock starts. So I was just trying to figure out a way to buy more time, but maybe.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There has been public testimony relative to tying this triggering event to the third license that gets into the market rather than the first out the gate. So to your point, Commissioner Roy, not last, but third or fifth, something like that has been floated in comments.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
And I did see that, but just for a little more clarity. So they're saying out of the bucket of the three, we need to stand each three up, or one person has to own three. Can you suss that out a little further?
Sure, and sorry, didn't mean to derail the conversation. Sorry, can you restate your question?
Explain the comment. Can you explain it again?
Sure.
So
the current,
means what?
the current draft, there's a triggering event that the exclusivity period starts with the first hospitality license commencing operations. The public comment, there was public comment relative to, rather than tying that to the first license out the gate, tying it to the third license out the gate. And I can't recall whether that was tied to a certain license class or not, but it was the third rather than the first. So you, obviously, there's three things going on here. There's the term overall, which I don't think you have consensus on yet. Then there's which license it is and how many.
Commissioner Roy, Attorney Bruno, you might.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just while DGC Baker was making that comment, I was able to pull up the public comments. So the public comment was to trigger the start of the period only after at least 3 of each license type are operational.
Commissioner Roy?
I don't want to appear hypocritical because I'm arguing for consistency with delivery operator. So I can't cherry pick for consistency. So with delivery operator, when the first one commenced, that's what triggered it. And that was April Fool's Day of 2022.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you. And yes, but that was for both classes, right? That was for courier and delivery operator.
True. And we based it on because the delivery operator was the harder one to stand up, would buy more time to trigger that.
And Madam Chair, if I may.
Attorney Baker?
And that's why I think the working group landed where it did, right? I wasn't on the official working group, but when I was writing it with the commissioners, tying it to hospitality seemed like out the gate it would be second. And so therefore, in a similar way from courier and delivery operator, again, that's why we landed there.
Commissioner Roy?
Again, I still in my mind think that's the brick and mortar having to install the negative pressure air handling system, a second one, building an obscure space. I think that takes more time. I think if you want to buy more time, I think you should tie indoor smoking. We should tie indoor smoking to it because that's what takes the most. If the goal of this is to delay the triggering event, I think by tying it to indoor smoking would delay the triggering event.
Thank you. And one of the issues that I also have is that I want to make sure that the way we are making sure that these opportunities are not just going to the well-connected and the persons who are already, situated, and that we continue to have opportunities for people who are not. I know that there are some who argue that we have to, look at some of those incumbent operators, but I do think that there are lots of people who are waiting to get into this market, but also want to have some clarity. I think that the 36 months with the extension, the trigger with the indoor smoking and the hardest one buys some of that extra time. I'm very uncomfortable with the 60 months because I think it can create as many problems as it solves for, again, some incumbent licensees. So, that's kind of where I stand right now. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, thank you. And I think, looking back, we were not nimble on the delivery model. Took us too long to correct. I think 60 months kind of hamstrings us. We can be more nimble and flexible.
It forces us to be.
And we're going to collect not retroactively or retrospectively, we're going to collect in real time. So we can say halfway through the 36, like this, we're not where we need to be. And we could also, we don't have to wait to the 36 months to extend. We can extend. So
Commissioner Stebbins and then Executive Director.
Sure. Great points. Good discussion. I guess something that we haven't necessarily talked about up to this point, I would just kind of raise a caution flag if we have concerns about resources and how we're going to implement this. If resources, because of what we get in the budget, says we can only start doing, and I know we haven't had this conversation yet, but I think it's timely to have it, is if we say, listen, because of our resources, the first license we can do out of the box is supplemental. Implementing the supplemental license type, that we're kind of back, we're delaying the other two. I don't know how that impacts the clock.
Scenario, it's like news to me.
We haven't had this conversation.
Executive Director,
yet.
yeah.
Is that the
Invite the ED into this, but I think it's timely.
Is that the plan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think right now, we're looking at assuming the completion of regs here, that we would be getting into a number of different working groups. Implementation obviously would be answering that question, and the main focuses obviously are going to be I&E and IT, building these things into our systems, the SOPs that are needed, et cetera. So obviously supplemental is one that we have generally all of those folks already in the system. So we do see that that would most likely move the most quickly. And yet, again, from their perspective and the business perspective, to Commissioner Roy's point, it may take them time. On the event organizer, obviously, there's a number of SOPs that will come out of that. We have RVT that needs to be developed within one of the working groups, public awareness, local community. Obviously, communities opting in, getting the ordinances and bylaws in place is also going to impact timeline here. So there's a lot that goes into next steps once you all complete the reg package here. And so that is a conversation that we're looking to come back with. I think one of the comments that I had heard, I think it goes between these two discussions, was once we have commence ops in all three license types, right, is that a good trigger? Because then we'll have completed all of these steps in terms of implementation. And so, you know, I'm happy to obviously go whatever direction the board goes. But I think from a implementation standpoint, where let's say this is completed prior to Christmas, as the chair had mentioned at a previous meeting, we are in the middle of FY26, where we obviously are concerned about what we currently have for our resources. I think we are going to have to approach how we can roll out all three license types as quickly as possible with the resources we have, and then obviously reset based on FY27, where we'll have a budget request as well for a number of resources for social consumption.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Executive Director, I don't 100% agree with that assessment, because even for supplemental, they're going to need a whole new set of SOPs. We're looking at today a pre-event public safety, that's the event organizer, but they're going to need all new set of SOPs. They're going to need a brand new HCA. It's a different license type, build out that, additional cameras, air handling system. So I think it's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to get to the finish line. But to your point, maybe we'd say once we have a commence ops in all three, then, so I think the goal, if I'm hearing right, is let's build a huge ramp before the triggering event happens. But what we're saying is give us the ability to be nimble and flexible with the 36 months to get real-time data and make changes, because we know we're going to have to make changes. We know we are. So I'm okay with the three, because to your point, right, it was courier had commenced, delivery operator had commenced. So I don't know what your thoughts are on having all three have the commence ops.
I don't have a problem with that. I just had this reaction to 60 months.
Yeah.
And I think that being more flexible, but also requiring us to do that live data collection so that we can make sure that we are both protecting that one side of the ledger, which is the applicants, but it's also the other side of the ledger, which is access to products. And I think we sometimes forget that that's kind of the basis of why we're doing this. It is to support access to the industry, but the whole reason that this was put in place is making sure that people have access to products. And we have seen that there have been, the ability to provide access to these products could be hampered by that 60-month trigger. So anyway, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, and I just look at our MTCs. We have MTC deserts, huge deserts. We're talking 40, 50 miles. We have one county with one. And so I don't want history to repeat itself where we have these huge deserts and then people don't have access. What I would recommend under the commission shall in real time collect and report data measuring the criteria through the exclusivity period and report publicly. I think we should report publicly these real time updates. I think we should add language that holds the commission accountable to report out publicly
on a regular basis.
This real time data.
That's actually good. Good idea before 11 o'clock in the morning. Commissioner Stott?
I only had one tea.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the thinking on the 36 months. I do subscribe to the notion of us maybe being a little bit more nimble. I also do like the point that the ED raised, and I think Commissioner Roy, you just echoed it, is start the 3-year window after each license opens. So that way, I mean, we were guessing, right? I'm okay with the 36 months, and I think if we can rewrite some language, maybe to have the clock start ticking when the first in each category opens.
And also on the real-time data, I think we should provide public updates throughout.
Yes, could we create language to do that? Because also, if we do this in real time, then we won't be spending money that we don't have to hire the Donahue Institute to do what our staff should be doing. So
Yeah.
if we are held to regular reports, then I think that it avoids those additional costs. Yeah, public reports, yes. Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a great idea. And I'm always in favor of setting up a cadence of periodic reporting. I just wanted to kind of reference one thing I didn't mention in how we're looking at kind of the implementation and some of the challenges that we have here. The other thing I would just note, and it kind of goes to the desert idea here, is we don't have in this package, which we've discussed previously, any type of pilot program, but we do know based on our outreach to communities that we're going to have a bit of an organic pilot program, right? It's communities that have raised their hands. So within the universe of how we see this rolling out to the point of 3 separate license types, all reaching commence ops being a trigger, or however else you look to consider that trigger. We are looking at, let's call it 5 to 10 communities that will probably be the first out of the gate with bylaws, ordinances ready to go to receive those licensures. So there is not going to be kind of the onslaught, just this is more of a public, outward facing discussion that you all are aware of, because it's going to be relatively insulated to those communities that first get that done. Then we can then and work out the HCAs Commissioner Roy mentioned. And so where there are existing businesses that already have HCAs and existing relationships with those businesses, that's why I think there's at least a consideration that they may be the first to be able to be authorized by their communities. But you're right, that is not a guarantee.
Not, 'cause I've heard like very well established, retailer and getting from their local community. So there might be someone like little feet, like pushback, like,
Oh, right.
yeah.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going back to the in real time conversation. So we do have under paragraph 2, we did indicate in real time for that piece, and I would just I'd recommend that if you're looking to have periodic updates, we could do a motion at the end of this discussion where you have us come back after we vote on the package to come back at certain intervals for a report to occur as its own motion at the end of this.
Well, why wouldn't we just include it and embed it here?
Well, number one, if we do a motion, there's a couple, it's more flexible so that we can amend it if we need to. And also just putting in periodic dates for a report doesn't seem like it's the best place within a reg versus in a motion vote.
I think if we put in shall in real time collect and publicly report on data measuring the criteria. I don't know how
Every
much.
6 months throughout the exclusivity period. Like we have 12 months, we have other like time.
Right.
36 months, 12 months.
I would like to see some language in there if you think that, I think that reporting on this every 6 months allows us to be more nimble.
Right.
And if we're going to be collecting it, and this also forces us to do what we didn't do in the first place for the original exclusivity period, we kind of punted that for however many years. I think that this holds our feet to the fire to make sure that we're using our staff. We're not spending extra money on outside, researchers to get this done. So I would prefer, and Commissioner Stebbins, I don't know if you have any opposition to that, but putting in and forcing us, because I think that this is also more helpful to our licensees, but also helpful to people who might not be able to initially get in and are thinking about it and they're sort of understanding. How many licensees have you talked to who say, oh my God, I wish I never did this. I mean, there are a lot of people who now find themselves with price compression and their original business plan has been thrown out the window. So as we report in real time, I think we also are, in essence, providing a kind of economic indicator for people who might be thinking about getting involved in this. And we can help them have that information as they assess whether or not they want to try to get into this exclusive license type. So I would lean towards something that holds our feet to the fire on a regular reporting basis. And I don't think 6 months is terrible. Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I get a little queasy with the motion language because we've already now used motion language for not one, but 2 extensions on delivery. I don't want to see that happen. Just try to put in safeguards that history doesn't repeat itself.
All right, Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any opposition to holding us accountable to make this data publicly available every 6 months during the exclusivity period?
I don't have any problem with it.
All right, I believe that's called consensus. So moving on, Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will scroll back just a little bit to page 32. This is 500-0506F3E, which reads, a marijuana event organizer shall conduct no more than 24 single days of permitted sales and consumption activity during a calendar year and shall not host more than 5 consecutive days of sales and consumption activity at a temporary consumption event. I know that the board has previously discussed this. Legal has additional proposed amendments based upon prior discussions at public meeting on the page guide that has been distributed. So I'm happy to read those or post those in the chat, whichever is more helpful. But of course, if there's more comment and discussion, if you find that there needs to be any changes, we can certainly make those.
Do you want to read that to us or go ahead?
She's on page 32.
And then these are the.
I'll give everybody just a second. I know we have a lot of paper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is the staff amendments, this sheet here, Commissioner Roy.
Yep.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Please.
I will read the legal proposed amendment for this same section 500-0506F3E. A marijuana event organizer shall conduct no more than 30 single days of permitted sales and consumption activity per municipality each calendar year. And I'll continue along just because they go in order. Subsection F, a marijuana event organizer shall submit a single event plan for a single or multi-day temporary consumption event no later than 90 days prior to the first scheduled date of the temporary consumption event. No temporary consumption event may be held without an event plan approved by the commission. The event plan shall include at a minimum the following. And the last section is actually in the definitions of temporary consumption event at 500-002. Temporary consumption event means temporary consumption event means an event that a marijuana event organizer facilitates after obtaining approval from the commission.
Thank you. Obviously, this is pushing us in a direction that's a little bit more consistent with the ABCC and how they license some of these intermittent events. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? I think that we've had an opportunity to speak with the legal team about this. Are we, Commissioner Stebbins?
I'm okay with the language. I guess the question I would have, if we need to include it under the new definition, after obtaining approval from the commission, do we need to also identify, say, and municipality? Yeah, it's kind of a 2-step review and approval process.
I think that makes sense. Commissioner Ray, agree?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Attorney Bruno?
we can certainly make that amendment, of course.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on to the next issue? Okay, Attorney Bruno? And we're on page 33 now?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are now on page 33, which is 500-050-6F3F5, and this is in regards to the pre-event public safety briefing. And this is really a build out of that briefing requirement to better identify exactly what would be required and build out into the regulatory language. And so on the page guide, legal has proposed some amendments, which I will read. This would be a new E under that section. A marijuana event organizer shall conduct a pre-event public safety briefing with representatives from local law enforcement, fire services, and emergency medical services, collectively or individually, prior to any temporary consumption event. The marijuana event organizer shall maintain a pre-event public safety report summarizing the topics discussed, the date and time of the briefing, the names, titles, and affiliations of all participating representatives, and any recommendations, conditions, or operational requirements issued by such representatives. The public safety briefing shall include, at a minimum, discussion of traffic control and parking management, crowd management, and ingress-egress procedures, emergency egress routes and evacuation procedures, access for emergency responders and staging areas, communication protocols between on-site security, event staff, and first responders, and procedures for managing public safety concerns, including but not limited to consumer intoxication or medical emergencies. I'll continue reading because they all continue.
The language that you've got in there is good. Thank you.
And this is 500-050-6F3F5, which will include what is required as submission of an event plan. A copy of the pre-event public safety report with the remainder of the language there stricken. And under 500-050-6F3, a new M. Within 7 days prior to the commencement of a temporary consumption event, the marijuana event organizer shall confirm with the representatives from local law enforcement, fire services, and emergency medical services identified in 935 CMR 500-140, that should be 050. I'll make sure that citation is correct for some reason.
What is incorrect, just so I can.
I think the citation is incorrect, and that's my mistake.
Thank you.
But we'll make sure that technical amendment is made. In emergency medical services identified that all safety measures, operational plans, and event logistics remain accurate and effective. And if any material changes occur to the temporary consumption event, including but not limited to the layout, schedule, staffing, capacity, security plan, or emergency response procedures, after such confirmation, the marijuana event organizer shall promptly notify the same representatives and provide updated information reflecting such changes.
Yeah, remember, we weren't talking about any sort of time frame there, right? About update.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, if I may. So when speaking with the Chiefs of Police Association, they were hoping that, of course, if something changes before the 7-day check-in, that the marijuana event organizer remains in contact with them is just a best practice. But at the very least, they're hoping for the 7-day, 1 week ahead, to ensure that if there are any big material changes, like the schedule, or if the weather's looking a particular way and they need to move indoors.
I'm just saying it's okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I apologize, Commissioner Ryan.
Commissioner, you have a question?
Yeah, so there's a new phrase in here, collectively or individually, that wasn't there prior. Whose idea was that?
If I may.
I think it's my question saying, what is a briefing? So go ahead.
Yes, so part of the question there is, depending on the municipality, it may be difficult to get all of these people in a room at one time, or schedule a meeting with every single one of these representatives. So that language was intended to capture the ability of a marijuana event organizer having a meeting with each of these representatives on their own. That was part of the discussion, I think, from last public meeting.
Commissioner, I'm not comfortable, because I could have a meeting with an ambulance provider and I've checked all the boxes. Like it says EMS, so collectively or individually. So, I couldn't reach law enforcement, I couldn't reach fire. I met with the local ambulance company. I'm all set, and here's my plan. So I'm not quite comfortable.
It's a loophole that you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that, this was also another question. I mean, I think that her point is actually well taken. If there's a loophole, people will see it. So, all right, so can you just address that? Because this is also getting back to my point about what's a briefing, right? Do they have to meet with them in person? Do they provide them with a brief? That's, that's the thing that I was getting stuck on before is the communities that are going to do this are generally going to be supportive. And so they're going to make this happen, right? But what is a briefing and how do we define that? So does it have to be in person? Saying it has to be in person?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you. And so this was part of the conversation from the last public meeting as well. And in doing some research, public briefing is a very common, pre-event safety briefing is a very, very common term with law enforcement preparations and planning and safety. I could not find any particular legal definition coming from the law enforcement side or their use, but in response to your request from the last meeting, what we did do is put together this template of a pre-event public safety report. And so this, along with guidance, I think.
Could we just pull this up? Because I don't think I've seen this before.
Sure.
So, can you just help us walk through this?
Sure.
Attorney Burnham, because then I think that maybe.
So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I may.
Please go ahead.
So I'll just read through and kind of give I'll call a little tour guide of this. So the purpose reads, this form is to help marijuana event organizers record their required pre-event public safety briefing with local law enforcement, fire and emergency medical services under, I'll say, our regulations, and share consistent information with municipal reviewers and public safety partners. So Section A, we have an event snapshot, which would require the event name, the marijuana event organizer's information, the venue information, if this is going to be an indoor or outdoor premises for the user, if they're smoking, non-smoking, alcohol at the event, the types of separation and controls from alcohol, estimated attendance. The next section is the pre-event public safety briefings. Briefings may be conducted jointly with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and/or emergency medical services, or with these representatives individually.
I'd like to just point out, so I think that this language right here might get at what you were just, briefings may be conducted jointly with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and/or emergency medical services, or with these representatives individually. So it's basically saying that a briefing has to be conducted, I think, here with all of them. Are you not seeing that, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, I'm reading may differently.
Mhm.
I would put briefing shall be conducted either individually or jointly, because the way I'm reading it is you may or may not hold a briefing.
Good point. Just
Madam Chair, if I may, certainly well taken. Those are easy amendments we can certainly make, and it's helpful to have other eyes on these things. It's well appreciated.
so briefings shall be conducted jointly or individually with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and/or emergency. Yeah, it's just a little, I think it's almost awkwardly, and I think if you throw the individually and put shall in there, I think that it reads better. Okay, keep going, Attorney Bruno. That was a good catch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pre-event public safety briefing may be conducted in person, by telephone, or virtually. The same core information should be shared with all representatives.
When you say all representatives, you mean just all representatives of public safety of.
Correct.
We're still in that page 2 pre-event public safety briefing language. When you say all representatives, I'm assuming that it refers back, but I always like to be duplicative if it's not a waste of air.
Absolutely. Again, easy amendments that we can make.
Commissioner Ray, do you see that? Are you comfortable with that?
Did you have an objection to?
No. I think that the way she's rewritten it to include shall, and I think so briefings shall be conducted jointly or individually
Mhm.
with representatives of local law enforcement, fire services, and or emergency medical services, right? So you're flipping that, but you're saying shall. And then the public safety briefing may be conducted in person, by telephone, or virtually. So the briefing, so as I'm seeing this, the briefing is supposed to be in person. Or when I say in person, it's not just submitting this. When I see that, person, telephone, or virtually.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please, signature.
So this is coming from of course, the Chiefs of Police Association. And so I don't think they had a particular preference on how the meeting is conducted, just that it is.
No, but this was, I think, my original question, when you said briefing, right? Can you brief the piece of paper, or must a brief be done with human beings?
Human contact.
Human contact. And so it looks like they do want.
I see your,
Do you see what I'm?
yes, I
saying?
see your question.
So-
Yes.
Again, there's a brief and a briefing and Commissioner Ray.
I move to strike the word core because that's subjective. The same information should be shared with our representatives. I don't know what core may be different to me, to you. So I think everybody should get exactly the same information.
Attorney Brennan.
Absolutely, Commissioner Wright. I think that this of course is just a draft, and the implementation working group is.
No, but it's really good.
Oh, it's excellent. I don't mean, I'm not picking it apart.
I don't mean it by that means in any way, shape, or form. It's all well taken. I just don't want the board to spend a huge amount of time on this, because the implementation working group is of course going to be ripping
This
through
is some
this.
work of art.
Yes, yes. And the Chiefs of Police Association, I'm sure.
But all I'll say is that going through this, it answers my questions about what's
Good.
here, because now I finally know that they do mean this to be human to human contact and not just providing us with a piece of paper. Executive Director, you.
I just wanted to kind of support the questions, and I think the improvements that were just made and discussed here, which is, this looks different depending on where we are, right? If we're talking about Cambridge, most people look at this, right? Fire and EMS is the same organization. You get out to Central Western Mass, these towns are all set up differently. So I think this provides a lot of optionality for the towns to meet these needs. And so I think just to kind of reiterate, it might be that the PD and the fire EMS can't meet at the same time, but they all must be checked off and they must have the same level of information. So I think, to your point, it answers a lot of the questions I think we discussed previously.
Do you mind continuing to go through here?
Sure, absolutely,
Because
Madam Chair.
This is, even though I know this is not,
Oh, that's fine.
it's actually answering questions, and I think it will also,
It'll save you guys
well, I think it's
work down the
flavor.
re-edit it.
Well, I think it flavors what my question. So if you wouldn't mind continuing to just sort of walk us through this, because I think this kind of helps us understand what's going to happen on the local level.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy that it's helpful. And so under B, it continues to include the briefing format, if it's a joint meeting or if there's going to be individual meetings, to list the names of the public safety representatives, where the meeting is located, or if it's virtual, the link, the participants, their name and title, agency, phone number, email, all of their contact information. Section C includes site operations and site and operations overview, which of course can be re-envisioned, but it was the thought to include a map of the event, to include where the event perimeter and controlled access points will be, where the premises will be, consumption areas, emergency routes, where responder access can be, medical aid, cash handling. Additionally, in C2, staffing roles and communication, so that the event organizer is listing who the key managerial staff will be, who will be reachable at any time during event operations. The staff that will be at the entrance, the security staff with age verification, and Section C for scheduling and capacity. What their daily schedule for the event looks like, if there's an entertainment lineup, so law enforcement has a sense of what events might be occurring. If they're popular, it's going to draw a larger crowd. The maximum license capacity that the event organizer can have, what types of ticketing and admission controls there will be, if there's pre-sales, door sales, what the plan is for ID checks, peak flow times. Excuse me. For D, we have the public safety focus area, which is a checklist and notes. So these are topics for discussion at a minimum, and they are intended to be checked off once there's been a discussion and any notes or conditions are captured. So we have a section that addresses traffic control and parking management, a section that addresses crowd management, another section that addresses emergency egress and evacuation, another section that addresses responder access and staging areas for public safety, another section addressing communications protocols. Then we have medical and intoxication responses, security and cash handling.
If we can just go, obviously, page 8, cooling down area, that's still subject to.
Yes. It's just notes for
Yeah,
myself.
Yeah, I'm just.
Thank you. Yes, and on D7, we have, again, the security and cash handling. D8, we have staffing resources and mutual aid if other local communities need to be involved. And then in section E, we have recommendations, conditions, and operational requirements from public safety partners to capture any directives, conditions, or recommendations provided by law enforcement, fire, EMS, or emergency management. Were they a prerequisite prior to opening, an opportunity to provide proof of completion or compliance. Under F, we have material changes after pre-event public safety briefing. So a location where an event organizer can log and any notification of material changes that occur. A 7-day pre-event confirmation under section G, which notes the within 7 days prior to the event start, confirmation that all safety measures, operational plans, and logistics remain accurate and effective, along with just a note that that particular section isn't required to be completed prior to submission of the event plan, because of course it physically can't occur that way. A section just to fill in who they've contacted and who they've discussed any 7-day check-in information with, and if there's any next steps or outstanding items. And then there's an attestation section along with a checklist for ease and reminders for event organizers to include all of the required documentation.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the team. You did some really good work here, and it makes me feel more comfortable with where we are here. So thank you for doing that. Okay, so since I've taken us down that rabbit hole, thank you, Commissioner Wright.
I just have a friendly amendment on page 3. On the site plan and layout, could we add point of sale?
Absolutely, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. Okay.
And I just have a question.
Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Is there anywhere in the regs that this form has to be submitted to the commission?
If I may, Madam
Please.
Chair. Yes, so under,
We're back on what page, or that's the.
so if I may,
Please.
sorry, Madam Chair. On our handy page guide on page 2, you'll see page 33, 500 0506 F3 F5. That is a legal proposed amendment, a copy of the pre-event public safety report, and this is housed under
And that's where we just.
what will be required to be submitted for an event plan
Okay.
to the commission
Do you
for
see that,
review.
Commissioner Wright?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Page 2 on here.
Oh, yeah.
How you guys kept track of all this, I know.
If I may.
I may.
Please, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Attorney Ruth.
Yes, just on the middle of the page, it's page 33, 500 0506 F3 F5. And just for a sense of where this is housed, this is under the requirements of what is mandated to be submitted as part of an event plan by a marijuana event organizer. So this reads that they shall submit a copy of the pre-event public safety report. So if this report is implemented through, this template is implemented through the working group, this is what they would need to submit as part of their event plan for approval.
Commissioner Wright?
When?
Then at least 90 days in advance of the
And
event.
then in 7 days before, do they need to resubmit the reaffirmation of it?
If I may.
Attorney Bruno?
No, so they do not, there's nothing requiring a resubmission, and it's just a more informal requirement. I understand that
Can I
might be
can I
changed.
ask if I read this, what they submit stands, but they have the 7 days prior to state that anything changed. Is that Commissioner Roy?
So I would move to say if there are any changes, they do need to update the commission in that 7-day.
Oh, okay. So do we have that or no?
If I may, I think there is a section where there is a requirement that they shall update the commission of any changes, but it certainly doesn't hurt to make that explicit in that section. So we can certainly make that amendment.
Yeah, it's specific to this this document.
The briefing.
Yes. Thank you.
Madam
Are
Chair.
you okay with that, Commissioner Simmons?
Commissioner Stevens?
Thank you, Chair. Just, and thank you for doing this. I guess I have a question about how this document can be useful. So it's useful, obviously it's useful to us. How can a lot of what the information is, I'm assuming, maybe you have a better sense of this with the municipal hat, but thinking of the timing in our process, this is a lot of good information. It might help the local authority make a decision on whether to approve a permit or not. Right? I've gone through all these check marks. I'm ready to present you with my permit application. Please know I've talked to police, fire, everybody. Here's my map. How can we help? Well, two questions. How can we help this information be helpful in the process as they approach a municipality, which also, again, have additional information that they're looking for? And then just to make sure we're mirroring our language correctly, if you go back onto page 32F, is this in addition to an event plan, or are we calling these essentially the same thing?
Attorney Bruno?
So I'll answer your second question first. So this is not in addition, I guess it's a piece of the event plan, part of what would be required to be submitted as part of what I'll have the header of the event plan packet.
Is this sort of almost an abbreviated event plan that checks the box regarding public safety? Is that what maybe we could call this, or not that we're gonna call, but is that how we envision this?
And if I may,
Thank you.
I guess this answers both of your question and Commissioner Stebbins. So this is certainly a policy decision. What we heard from prior public meetings was that there was a wish to include this pre-event public safety briefing and report. And so this has been built out based upon that request. And so it was in part, my understanding is response to the comments submitted by the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association. It is certainly part of the municipal approval process, I'm sure. It's certainly a policy decision if it's something to be left to the municipality to do on their own, as opposed to something that the commission would like to employ. We developed this because of the policy decisions that we heard from the board.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. It's just that we don't want to make it too burdensome. We're talking about two separate plans. And as I start to read under F, a diagram of sufficient detail to identify location, consumption areas, address. I see a lot of information that we're asking for in that event plan being reflected in the public event or pre-event public safety report. So I just want to make sure we're not
But can I?
overburdening it, but maybe making it more concise, because I think this information be pulled from both.
I mean, but see, what I see this is that they have to have the big full-fledged plan, but this is kind of a check the box. We just want in one place the public safety considerations. And you know that I don't like overburdening, but it feels like this is just a smaller checklist that's just focused on, in essence, public safety. Is that, am I interpreting that the right way, or am I not? Because if I'm not, then
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Yes, so you are interpreting it that way. That was the nature of the public comment from the Chiefs of Police Association, is that they wanted more involvement in the public safety aspect prior to the event occurring. When I discussed with them, the build out of what we had for the marijuana event plan, the marijuana event organizer right now, what they're required to submit and when. They felt that it was more appropriate to have that interaction occur before they submit their event plan to the commission. The information contained within this template is really a build out of what they communicated to me. They had a lot. They're very, very knowledgeable, very good conversation with them with a lot of substantive thoughts and ideas. So the public safety, I'll call the checklist. Those are, and of course, I'm sure they would be involved in further development, but the nature of those checkboxes really comes from them and what they would like to see from a marijuana event organizer. And again, that's certainly a policy consideration. If the board would like to include that in the approval process by the commission, or if you would like to leave that to the municipality individually in their own approval process.
Commissioner Stebbins and then Commissioner Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Attorney. I'm just trying to be mindful. And there's a lot of good information here in here, and I think it reflects information that we want to pull from our event reports. So I'm just trying to think of real granular how we can combine these two, so it's not a pre-event public safety report and event plan if we're trying to all capture the same information.
Okay, Commissioner Rowe.
I'm going to piggyback on that. If there was a way to combine them, pre-event public safety and event report, so there's not duplicative. I think that's what it's duplicative in certain areas. So is there a way to combine them? Also, as we're going through testing and we talk about standardization and it just makes life easy. So I'd like standardization in the form. So the way it reads now, you can use this or you can make your own, make your own. And I think for our team, our licensing team, I think if everybody uses the same form, because it's like snowflakes, no two are going to be exactly alike if we allow people to do their own. So I think we need to make this form. If we merge the two, this is the required form.
Commissioner Stebbins.
I would agree with that. And at some point, extending that far beyond just this stuff like diversity reports, positive.
Everything should be standardization across the
We're
board.
not trying to look at 50 different variations.
Yeah.
But- Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, just again, going back to 32 and page F, we talking about an event plan. There's a lot of good information in here. I just want to make sure that clear to our licensees, if we could consolidate all of this, that would be obviously appropriately, appreciate the input from Mass Chiefs. I think their information is in here, and I don't think it's too far away from what we would also require. So I think there's a way to combine the term event plan and combine pre-event public safety report and hopefully marry those two.
And everybody uses that form.
And everybody uses our form. We're trying to make it easy. Here's your template. You don't need to reinvent the wheel.
That's a good idea. Commissioner Rowe.
I also on 500-0506 F3, the new E, I move to strike collectively or individually and replace with or provided.
I apologize.
Could you repeat that?
As on page 32, 500-0506 F3, the new E, I move to strike collectively or individual and replace with or provide an attestation to such outreach to the commission.
Commissioner Stebbins, are you good with that language? Does that make sense?
Did you tell me that section?
Sure. My concern was collectively or individually, they could cherry pick the local ambulance company and say, I did it all. So I see a loophole. I'm just trying to shore it up, to make sure there's no loophole here.
All right, do we have consensus on that? Moving forward, I may want to take a brief 5-minute break. I would entertain a motion from Commissioner Roy to take a 5-minute break.
And I'm appreciative of that 5-minute break. I so moved.
Okay,
I'll second that. Don't want to hold anybody up.
all those in favor say aye. Aye. We are in break until 11:25.
Consolidate the
Unmuted. Okay. Thank you. And returning back, and Attorney Bruno, if you would like to continue to lead us through the process here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are still under the marijuana event organizer section. We have some staff amendments here on page 32 at 500-050-6F3 B. We have, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-180, a marijuana event organizer must obtain a host community agreement at its principal place of business. The addition here is marijuana to complete the definition, the defined term of marijuana event organizer, which was accidentally omitted in the prior draft.
Okay, Commissioner Roy?
I hate to do this. I just need to rewind us back to this form briefly.
This is a really important form, so
Yeah.
it's kind of going to be.
So could we just tighten the language on the purpose? Because it seems like it's voluntary. This form helps. So this form is required. Make it a little stronger language on the purpose.
Commissioner, if I can, I think that right now, this is still a template, and so this is not necessarily part of.
Yeah, it's not etched in stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think that, but again, I think that this now is going to sort of cascade under what we just said, they shall.
That's right.
You changed it from may to shall,
Yeah.
and Commissioner Stebbins has basically said we can, so this is all going to get
Yeah. I was
regularized.
Thank you. And I was just flagging it so we wouldn't overlook it, just to tighten this
No,
language.
no, it's a good point. And I applaud the staff for putting.
Oh,
this together,
you guys did a
because it
great job
really-
with this.
I just think that it answers not only the questions that I had about briefing, but I think it also is just great towards providing clarity that I think everybody's going to need. So this is good. All right, are you good, Commissioner Wright?
Attorney Bruno repeat that.
Close.
Yes, of course. Absolutely, and thank you, Madam Chair. So this is, excuse me, at 500, I'm sorry, page 32, 500-050-6F3B, which reads, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-180, a marijuana event organizer must obtain a host community agreement at its principal place of business. The addition here was to have the full defined term of marijuana event organizer. The word marijuana had previously been omitted. So the addition there is simply the term marijuana.
Thank you. Moving on.
Under subsection F in 1, we have a diagram a diagram of sufficient detail to identify the temporary consumption events location and premises, including designated areas for sale and service areas, consumption areas and storage of marijuana and marijuana products, limited access areas, points of entry and egress, identification checkpoints, and planned use of each area. The change here is to include after sales and service areas, because we have that hospitality aspect of service. So the addition is and service areas.
Does anybody have any questions on that? Hearing none, we'll move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Commissioner Wright, sorry.
What about disposal and wasting?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Attorney Bruno?
So this is a diagram of what the essentially temporary consumption events, the location and the premise shall be. So this is just specific to essentially a map of what the event's going to look like. And so they're still required to have wasting and disposal procedures and a plan, an SOP related to that, and have those wasting procedures. But this is just specifically the event plan, what the map will look like.
But there's product involved with wasting and disposal. I'm wondering if we
Can
would.
I say, I think I hear what she's saying, because it's really a policy, because this is temporary. And so in terms of wasting, you have to have a policy about how you're going to do it, but you may not have a hard place, or do you want a hard place. Can you just further?
So, Mr. Executive Director, through the chair, Michigan, there was no consumption. So was there any wasting of anything anywhere? Could you explain to us what that looked like?
Certainly, if I may, Madam
Please,
Chair.
thank you.
So I did ask that question, and I think it's in my notes there as well. So they had an option to present a wasting on site, and what they chose through their use of the delivery operator was basically everything was coming to and from the retailer. So in terms of wasting, it was basically stored during the day and then returned via the delivery operator to the retailer of origin and wasted at the retailer. And that was what that particular event chose to do, rather than having any wasting on site of the event.
So if I can restate, we've got a policy that tells us how we're going to do it, but this doesn't necessarily have a diagram for where it's going to be done because it could be movable. So it might not even be on a diagram. It might be facilitated differently. So does that, Commissioner Roy?
Respectfully, Madam Chair, don't we have policies for everything else is too?
But I think that, well, I again, I'll ask the attorneys. What I'm seeing here, and I may be wrong, is a diagram is kind of it's a map. It's where everything's going to be. And I am unsure if there will, we have a place where we have to store wasted products in brick and mortar, right? We do that now, but I'm not sure we're going to have this in a temporary location. And it's really more, how are you going to facilitate it as opposed to where? Am I wrong? Commissioner Roy?
If I may. So unlike the brick and mortar, there's consumption happening here. And if there's smoking, now there's two types of wasting. This is different. There's in the receptacle after you're done,
Yep.
right?
Okay.
And then there's at the end of the day, where does the stuff in the receptacle go? So you're done with your pre-roll. It goes in the fire flame retardant receptacle.
Okay.
And then at the end of the day, so I'd like to know
So
where
you're
these,
saying-
I'd like to know where these receptacles are on the
Like to know
schematic,
the
and
ash-
I'd like,
The ashtrays are going to be.
well, because
No,
they're
I'm asking
smoking, yeah,
this.
because, yeah, right, and then also at the end, I'd like to know if it is gonna be on-site wasting, where is it? And if it's not on the diagram, it goes back to the,
So Attorney Bruno, I don't know what the language would look like, but.
And if we may, we can certainly add language relative to wasting and the receptacles. So we can certainly amend that and add that for later consideration.
Thank you very
And again,
much.
you
Thank
just
you.
explained to me different kinds of wasting.
different kinds of wasting, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, are you good with that?
Yes.
Moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are now at number 4, an attestation by the marijuana establishments participating in the temporary consumption event, which states that the entity shall comply with all commission regulations and conditions, including but not limited to the requirements set forth in 935 CMR 500 105 2B8 and 935 CMR 500 141. The new language here is specifically the including but not limited to the requirements set forth in both of those citations, which are, the first is the social consumption establishment responsible vendor training, and the second citation is to all of the additional requirements for social consumption establishments. This was added.
Just as we're on page 60 now, what page are we on?
I'm sorry, we're on the bottom of page 32. I'm sorry for any confusion.
I'm looking at Okay. Oh, yeah.
Number 4.
Yeah, okay, I see it now. Commissioner Roy?
So what's new is the citations.
Correct, and it's just to clarify that they need to be complying with at minimum those specific things relative to social consumption. So just the express language that they must be complying with all social consumption establishment requirements.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, you good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
We are now on page 33, subsection I. Only marijuana establishments approved by the commission and licensed to sell to consumers may sell marijuana or marijuana products at a temporary consumption establishment. The addition here is and licensed to sell to consumers. So that captures any licensee that's permitted to have business to consumer sales, as opposed to a licensee that's business to business.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair, just for quick clarification, because right now, never mind,
I know where you're going
I
with it.
answered my question.
Commissioner Ray, would
I
you?
thought I knew you, I thought I knew where you're going with it. If I may, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Ray.
Can you explain the purpose of this provision?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So this was to clarify because I believe, I'm trying to recall the previous draft, but the previous draft, I think, did not explicitly clarify that it was establishments that are licensed to sell to consumers. In other words, that would capture retail, for example, or I believe delivery operators are licensed to sell to consumers.
But third-party transporters are B2B, and they are allowed to do this.
Would you restate that?
So section I reads, only marijuana establishments approved by the commission and licensed to sell to consumers may sell marijuana products at a temporary consumption event.
Attorney Baker, are you?
Sure, the board chose to put these third-party transporters within this as they can now have supplemental. So we're addressing kind of a different license class.
The temporary consumption, so they can't, they're not permitted to apply for temporary then.
They can, but the carve-out was for third-party transporters, and anyone can apply for MEO if they qualify as equity.
If I may, how would this fit for a craft cooperative?
If I may.
Attorney Bruno?
I think when in prior public meetings, and we may have maybe not taken back the correct information, but I think our understanding when we were working through this language was that you have the goal of having anybody who can sell essentially retail sales, somebody who's permitted to have retail sales be one of these subcontracted licensees to come to the temporary consumption event. So the marijuana event organizer holds the license, they subcontract out, and it's a question of who are you as a policy considering to be able to sell or provide service at these temporary consumption events. I think it was our understanding that the board's position was on the retail side and sale to consumers, but if that's different, we can certainly amend that language.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think what I'm trying to grasp here, and maybe the reason before, I think I answered my own question, because if I'm reading the language, only marijuana establishments approved by the commission. I think that is a reflection on prior approval that we're giving a whole number of licensees, including that third-party transporter. We're essentially saying, if we've licensed you to sell directly to consumers, then you're the only ones who can do that at a temporary consumption event. So it's kind of encompassing everybody that we've already said can sell directly to a consumer. We're just saying those are the folks who are eligible. So I wasn't thinking third-party transporter, I was thinking of delivery operator, and then I'm like, if I'm reading the language, it's catching something that I'm thinking that we reflect someplace else.
Commissioner Ray?
Oh, I'm reading this differently. I'm reading it as the ones that currently are licensed to sell to consumers. Therefore, they may do a temporary consumption event, but if you currently aren't B2C, you're precluded from doing so you have to currently be B2C to do a temporary consumption. And if you're not, if you're B2B, you're precluded from a temporary, unless I'm reading it wrong. That's how I'm reading it.
Commissioner Stebbins?
No, it's a good point. I think and again, I don't have a law degree, I don't pretend to, but I think it's that language of approved by the commission. So you're reflecting a prior approval that we've given to those licensees to sell directly to consumers, either by social consumption or by retail or whatever. We've given them approval to sell directly to consumers. And in that case, that whole class of licensees are eligible to participate.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies, Commissioner Roy, I didn't understand your question initially. So yes, this would be included in the event plan. So if I'm a marijuana event organizer, I have Bruce's Cannabis, who is a retailer, come sell at my event. He's essentially subcontracting for me. And so that's why it reads as it is.
I think we can tighten this language a little or change it a little.
Can you share what you would like to see?
May I?
Commissioner Roy?
The third-party transporter, the way I'm reading that, they would not be able to do this. So, and what DGC is saying, it's basically the subcontractors under the third party have to be, I'm reading it as a blanket prohibition on anybody that's B2B. But you're saying you have to be B2C to have a table, a booth, and sell. So I'm wondering if we can suss this language out a little more so it's a little clearer on that.
Could we give you some time and address this? Because I do think this will take a little bit of thinking, but do you understand? Because I'm still, I will admit, coming late to the
I
game,
know.
it sometimes is a little bit difficult, but I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that, do you understand what the issue they're raising and how we might want to achieve it, Commissioner Stebbins?
And I think to address Commissioner Roy's point, it just may be a citation that we're missing. Like, I'm approved based on section whatever.
Right.
That shows I have been approved for sale to consumer as a social consumption licensee. Maybe it's that easy, but
Attorney Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you could say something like only marijuana establishments approved in the event, approved by the commission in an event plan and licensed to sell to consumers may sell marijuana. But I think that is slightly different from what Commissioner Roy is saying, which is this draft has landed as a policy matter that only B2C can be the subcontractors. So that's kind of a separate issue.
And again, this was a determination that was made, a while ago. So I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure, and I think if I may, this was set up in this way because these retailers have expertise already selling to consumers, and whereas the event organizer doesn't, being able to lean on the retailer to do the distribution of sale at the event is important. So they already have that built-in skill. They'll have to go through the RVT training, but ultimately it's already there for them.
Commissioner Roy?
So I'm thinking of my friends out in, I use that term, in Hubbardston, we went to go see the outdoor grow.
paper crane.
Yes, paper
Yeah.
crane. And so they're social equity, they've been harmed by prohibition, and they want to have a social consumption, but they also want to do this temporary consumption. And so she's explained, she testified in front of us and she said, we want to make it like a winery, like a flight of products. And they'll be left out of this because they're B2B. And so they couldn't take that concept and move it down the road because that's a temporary event and they couldn't showcase their outdoor sun-grown products because they're B2B. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Commissioner Stebbins and then Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's the point are struggling with. If Paper Crane, using them as an example, outdoor cultivator, eligible for a social consumption license. So now when we give them a social consumption license, they are eligible to sell directly to the consumer. Just trying to make that transition from us saying they're eligible to sell to a consumer, moving it over into the event space, they should be eligible then to come and be a vendor or pop up a tent or whatever at a marijuana event organizers.
That's right,
event.
to show their sun-grown cannabis.
And this will all be subject to training and
Yeah,
making sure that people are.
I'm not quite sure why we even need this provision at all.
Attorney Baker?
Thank you. I think that the confusion right here is between whether Paper Crane is choosing to be a warehouser or not here so that they can sell amongst
No.
themselves.
Please, Commissioner Stebbins.
Again, it's a good example Commissioner Roy and I are familiar with. Social equity, outdoor cultivator. First of all, they'd be able to sell at their location because of the changes we're making directly to the consumer. If they want to go and are recruited by a marijuana event organizer.
As if a vintner showed up at someone else's place.
So the vendor is showing up at the marijuana event organizer's event. They're still eligible because we have licensed them previously to sell directly to a consumer. So they should.
How that reads.
And I think that's where we're looking for clarification. I see it, that language is all encompassing, but now I'm kind of hearing something.
So if I can just restate, the bottom line is you want to make sure that this is accessible to that
I
license.
want to make sure the outgrow farmers and people who are, sun-grown cannabis that have been harmed, who are excited about and have a concept, who testified in front of us, are not just relegated to their premises. They can partner at other events.
So can we just ask the legal team to maybe think about this and we can, do you have enough feedback right now that you can mull this and come back with something that satisfies what I think Commissioner Stebbins and Roy, Commissioner Roy?
Can't we just strike and license to sell to consumers?
Attorneys.
If I may, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I think we certainly can. It's just a policy consideration of the board. So I guess, and I know there's been many restatements of what this situation is. So I just want to clarify for my own mind. So I guess the question is, who can the marijuana event organizer subcontract with? And do they have to have a license already at the time? Because we have the exclusivity, they wouldn't necessarily be eligible for a social consumption establishment license. I don't know if Paper Cranes is a social equity or not. Okay, so they are. So if they are, and if they obtain that social consumption establishment license, then they would be business to consumer. They could be one of those subcontracting parties. I guess the question is do you want to allow licensees who are not yet eligible because of the exclusivity period, who are a cultivator like Paper Cranes, but they're not equity? Do you want to allow them to come in and be the subcontractor?
Mr. Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to interchange some terminology, subcontractor versus a vendor or a vendor,
Yes.
sorry. If I'm the marijuana event organizer, right, I have to be social equity to get that license type, but I want to go and organize an event that say, I want to invite Paper Crane to be at. At the same time, I may go to a non-equity retailer and say, you can participate also in my event. So this is clarification around
I agree with
the
it.
broad space of all this, but
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Stebbins, and my concern is supply chain issues. So if you only allow equity to partner with equity, is there enough equity to have 50 tables?
That's a good point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. And again, we are talking about supply and we are talking about the other side of the equity equation, making sure that people can access the product that they want. So Attorney Bruno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think that was ever what, at least, I mean, I understand that language can be clarified, certainly, but I just want to say the intent of the drafting was to include retail, non-equity retailers, if delivery operators, those businesses already established that can sell business to consumer, in addition to those who would be able to obtain those social consumption establishment licenses in the exclusivity period. So it would, the intent, I think maybe we're saying the same thing, but I can see how the language can be clarified. So I just wanted to, I'm just trying to make sure we're on the page, same page, so I can draft something that's effective for the board.
Commissioner, I mean, do you want to, do you think she is,
I do, I think because. So
the supply issue that you raised is actually something else.
Yes, and plus we have oversupply, right? And so maybe opening up these markets, these channels will help with the oversupply. I don't know, the price compression. But the way it reads now, that we can all read that sentence and all come up with a different interpretation of what it means. So I don't know if there's language we can bake in. So we all read it, we all say, we all agree on what the interpretation is.
Attorney Bruno?
Absolutely, we could certainly do that. We're on the same page though, correct? Like we're thinking along the same lines?
Please, thank you.
Thank you. So we're saying that anyone is licensed to sell B to C, approved by the commission, can participate in these temporary events, including but not limited to equity. Maybe there's the language.
There you go.
All right, so well, you'll get that language for us and we can finish that. You comfortable?
Yeah, I think thank you, Chair. I think we're all trying to get to the same end and, the working group, I think Commissioner Roy, to your point, the working group was thinking of an equity eligible marijuana event organizer. If I want to sell booth space to somebody who's not equity, I should have the opportunity to do that. And we even at one point, I think, Mike, you were part of those conversations thinking how much of your event would be equity versus non-equity. So we went through all that diatribe and just decided to leave it up to the marijuana event organizers to what they want to do. I think some clarification here, but
Can I just raise a question? Once again, I don't know what is happening with Teams, but I got kicked out. And now I am looking and it says that there are 0 attendees. Do you see that as well?
I have 66 attendees.
Okay, so then maybe it's just me. All right.
I can ask Paul to come in.
Well, yeah, you see that, but I'm not seeing it and I had to kick out and come back in. So I just want to make sure we're not having any more transmission broadcast problems. And now I can see it again. Okay, I don't know if Paul did some magic someplace, but now it's up there. Okay, thank you.
And we added 2 attendees.
Yeah. Very interesting stuff. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we have some consensus and we can hear back from you and moving on, Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the last section under marijuana event organizer, we are now at the very bottom of page 33 to 34, section T, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-110-5 and 935 CMR 500-110-6, a marijuana event organizer shall not be required to install a security alarm for a temporary consumption event. The addition here is the citation of 500-110-5, 501, which is the security requirements for indoor establishments. 110-6 was for outdoor establishments. And so envisioning these as, again, temporary events, I think it was the board's position that they didn't want to require an event organizer to have to install these significant alarm systems. And so we have included that citation for the indoor spaces as well.
Commissioner Red?
Should we put language, but must provide the commission alternative security plan measures? Because this could.
Why is it I don't know if I know what you're getting at. What do you mean alternative?
So they still have
But I
to,
think what they're saying is this is,
an alarm to an alarm. This is specific to an alarm. But they will provide the commission with security plan for the temporary.
Attorney Baker, yes.
Thank you. And good question, Commissioner Roy. This is, the security plan. The briefing language has taken that's place. So, we could cross-site to
I
that
think we.
here, but, yeah, we have the security plan for all other licenses. And again, because this is
Yeah.
more transient and,
We have to be realistic.
right, so.
And I understand that, but I just want to make sure that there's no abdication of security responsibility, and how do we ensure that up? Safety.
You were public safety.
Not public health, but.
So, that's right. All right, moving on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we will move to page 48, which is additional requirements for social consumption establishments.
48.
Yes.
That's what was needed. Okay, Attorney Bruno, you wanna?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I was looking at my own notes, and so I apologize. We're actually gonna be at page 60, so that's my mistake. I do apologize. Too many documents. I'm looking at it thinking, where are we?
Page 60.
Yes, page 60. And this, just as a header, is the responsible vendor training.
Okay.
And so on page 60, we're at 500-105 2B8, and these are the additional social consumption establishment responsible vendor training requirements. Social consumption core curriculum. In addition to the basic core curriculum, all marijuana establishment agents acting as employees of a social consumption establishment licensee shall attend and successfully complete social consumption core curriculum prior to performing job functions in a social consumption establishment, which shall, to the extent not covered in basic core curriculum, include without limitation training on strategies for de-escalating potentially dangerous situations, procedures for addressing medical or public safety emergencies, collecting and communicating information to assist in investigations, procedures for checking identification, recognizing signs of impairment from alcohol or cannabis use, regulation requirements for licensed social consumption establishment licensees, and such other areas of training determined by the commission to be included in a responsible vendor training program. This is certainly a policy consideration area. If there's anything else that the board would like to see added to this section, I believe there was one public comment in regards to CPR training, which is why we're highlighting it here.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm comfortable with the languages we have it. I know and I think you and I are working on this to develop what the full breadth of the curriculum might look like. So I think the language without limitation can give us some flexibility after we engage Mass Chiefs and a number of other outside stakeholders, as well as look at, the one program that Jessica Porter from DGAP found us that New Mexico currently offers. So I think this gives us flexibility if we go above and beyond what we have.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, are you looking at the Bible?
So to harmonize it with this, the pre-event public safety event brief report.
Plan.
Plan. So we have page 4, the staffing rules and communication. So I'm just wondering if we need to add that obligation has been met. A line that,
You're talking about page 13 of this?
I'm talking page 4 on the draft of the public event safety report, to harmonize it with 8 on page 60. That says, all marijuana establishments acting as employees of a social consumption establishment license shall attend and successfully complete the social consumption core curriculum. So I would just say if we could add a line that's been. So you have the staffing roles, so the managerial staff. Oh, that's who's being reached. We don't need to know who's working it, I guess.
Director,
If I may, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I understand the question to be that for a municipality or for us would recognize that the point of contact for an event would be somebody who's RVT trained as a licensed agent, those types of things. Therefore, it could be referenced on here. I do think as well that really part of the process would be that anybody who's working this event would need to be a registered agent, RVT trained. I understood the point of contact here to be that any emergency personnel or us who needed to contact somebody at the last second, we knew who to do that with, but I think the point is, well.
If I may.
please, thank you.
So I think both can be true, the point of contact, but so this is requiring all registered agents that are employees of a social consumption, that's mandatory. It's shall complete basic and social consumption RVT. So not some, but also everybody at an event that works the booths, 50 tables, everybody's had basic and social consumption training. So I think we just want to confirm that. That's all I'm saying, a confirmation of that.
Commissioner Stebbins and then Attorney Bruno.
Sure. It's a good point. I think one place we may be able to capture, and again, I know this form is a work in process, but asking name, title, phone, email, agent registration number.
That's good. Attorney Bruno.
All certainly well taken. On the checklist of attachments on this template on page 13, it includes proof of staff training. So that would include.
That's what I was looking at on page
Yeah,
13.
so we can certainly
Yeah.
retitle that to, responsible vendor training, the core and social consumption establishment.
So what you're saying there is age verification, that is what's going to necessarily be encompassed in the RVT when we put that together.
We can certainly use those defined terms. Certainly a work in progress.
But when it says here proof of staff training, do you need to say RVT?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
all right, thank you. Oh, sorry. You said-
Oh, no, I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Okay, thanks. All
Thank
right.
you.
Again, I'm a broken record. This is a really good piece.
So it really is. And then I know folks are watching us and be like, why don't the commissioners have better working knowledge? Like, we just got it too. So we're absorbing it on the fly. So
Yeah, no.
in case it seems like we're not familiar with it, it's because we're not familiar with it.
But this is the example of the duck sort of floating along and the little feet. You guys have been really doing a lot of work that we can't see. So thank you. All right, Attorney Bruno, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wish we could have shared this with the board sooner. It's all tight. And so we just trying to get everything to you as soon as we can. And I appreciate all of your input. The last amendment in this particular section, in 8, it was a spelling error for the word performing. It was just spelled incorrectly with some redlining. So there was that correction there.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any questions? Not seeing none, moving on.
We'll move to page 78.
Okay.
And we are at 500, 110, 1L, and this is all housed under security requirements for marijuana establishments. And that reads, ensuring that all marijuana and marijuana products are sold, served, stored, and consumed out of plain sight and are not visible from a public place outside of the marijuana establishment without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. Based upon the discussions that the board has had at past public meetings, we have included in our handy page guide here some proposed legal amendments for consideration, and I'm happy to read those.
Please do.
So the first would be to the same section on page 78, 500, 110, 1L, to read, ensuring that all marijuana and marijuana products are kept, sold, or stored out of plain sight and are not visible from a public place outside of the marijuana establishment without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. The next would be underneath the additional social consumption establishment requirements specific to indoor smoking consumption area requirements. The citation there would be 500, 141, 10 with a new subsection M as a carve out. All combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products within an indoor smoking consumption area shall occur out of plain sight and shall not be visible from a public place outside of their marijuana establishment, or in the case of a temporary consumption event, the event premises, without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. And similarly, for the outdoor smoking consumption area requirements, a new subsection H, which would similarly read, all combustion, heat, vaporization, or aerosolization of marijuana or marijuana products within an outdoor smoking consumption area shall occur out of plain sight and shall not be visible from a public place outside of the marijuana establishment, or in the case of a temporary consumption event, the event premises, without the use of binoculars, optical aids, or aircraft. And finally, this is relative to social consumption establishment SOPs at 500, 141, 2F. Security procedures, including specific plans for securing entrances and that, security procedures, including specific plans for securing entrances, and that all marijuana and marijuana products are kept, stored, sold, and if applicable, consumed out of plain sight and not visible from a public place.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments or questions here? Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And Attorney Bruno, thanks for making the changes under 101, 101L. I guess I'm looking at M. Do we not already have enough safeguards that people would not be able to see indoor smoking consumption going on?
Attorney Bruno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stebbins, so this was really for consistency, and it would, if there are windows in that indoor smoking consumption area, those would have to be the opaque windows, just like a retailer. So if there's something relative to smoking, what we heard at prior public meetings was concerns of views of smoking and combustion. So if there is a policy position that indoor smoking would not need that type of opaque window covering, then we can certainly strike that proposed amendment.
I'm also thinking, like, I hear Commissioner Stebbins saying there, it already has to be opaque. However, my sense is that there may be some places that may do some additions, have to do renovations. And so I think that, is it going to be a glassed in patio or something? You know what I mean? So while many of the brick and mortar places already are behind opaque walls, windows, whatever, if there is any addition, physical addition, not just within the footprint that's right there. Because again, I've given the example of a local retailer, that's near my house, and I look at that, and that's what I've been talking about with the making sure that we have a delineated area about where consumption, we're not talking smoking, but where consumption is going to be. So my sense is that a place like that, if they ever wanted to do this, they're going to have to blow out the back, or maybe, and by the way, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a glassed in, place you could open windows and do things like that, plus the ventilation. So anyway, do you think it's Not, I mean, I like less language, as you know, so I generally agree with that thinking, but I do think that it may not be fully encompassed if in terms of what we want to accomplish when it comes to keeping smoking out of view.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you, Chair. Again, it's, do we not already prevent the indoor consumption from being viewed anyways within what we already have existing? But I hear your point about if they add on new space, if they build a glass roof so they can get daylight into a consumption lounge. I'm okay with it just for consistency. It's an extra paragraph. The other question I had was with respect to, or maybe, did we jump down to page 99 yet? Or no, we're still on this with 78.
We are on page 99. Well, we finished on page 99 of this conversation.
And I guess that just kind of brings me back to, I think the question you and I both raised, Chair, last time about, are we comfortable, or where did we land with respect to consuming non-combustion products potentially in public view? And I didn't know if this section was trying to address that or not.
Okay, so we're,
Or maybe I'm reading it wrong. Sorry.
Attorney Burnham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner Stebbins. So this on page 99, that subsection there for SOPs for social consumption establishments, they're going to have security procedures about the marijuana products kept, sold, and stored out of plain sight. And if they have smoking involved in one of their consumption areas, then they would need to also make sure that they have procedures relative to keeping consumption out of plain sight. And so that is the reason for the term, if applicable, consumed out of plain sight. But certainly where we would welcome any necessary amendments or clarification if needed.
So restate what we could be considering here. Following something.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So essentially, if there is I'll use an example of a supplemental on-site. If they are building an outdoor patio and they're going to have outdoor smoking area, then they would also need to have a policy and procedure in addition to keeping the sale and storage of marijuana out of plain sight. They're also going to need a procedure to keep the view of consumption in the smoking areas out of plain sight. But that they wouldn't need that procedure if they're just operating an outdoor area that's non-smoking. And so the intent of that language is just to capture both types of establishments, whether they have smoking or non-smoking. Does that help answer the
I
question?
think so.
Okay.
I think so. So we're, but again, we're delineating what you can and can't see based on
Right.
how it's consumed.
Yes. If that's the policy position of the
I
board.
think that was consensus that we reached at during the last meeting. Yes. Mr. Roy?
It might not be for today, but at some point I want to talk about the buffer zones in schools. And I just want to flag it for today. It's 500 feet, but the municipality can go lower than that floor. I'm comfortable allowing that 100 feet from a school door. So at some point, it doesn't have to be today, but I'd like to talk about buffer zones.
And just remind me, I remember the issue of buffer zones. I remember that there was a
500 feet.
500 feet that municipalities
Communities can
further,
less or further. They can make it
okay.
Make
I thought
greater
they make it
or less than. So we have the discrepancy in regs to talk about. Oh, let me ask through the chair. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Deputy General Counsel. I know the regulations speak to buffer zones, but we could do a carve out buffer zone if we wanted to.
for schools.
The statute.
The statute is clear, and we can't be more restrictive than the statute, but does the statute allow for the municipality to go lower than the floor? So it's in statute, there's nothing we can do.
No, and it's set up by the municipality if they want to go lower than that. So ultimately, it's their discretion where they set.
Randall's example of the restaurant in Cambridge.
Yeah, okay, so then it's, there's no leeway.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Stebbins?
No, but Commissioner Roy, I think you raise a good point. I see it maybe being the work of the kind of local government working group to say, not only here's how you opt in, but here's some of the stipulations you are allowed to do and reflecting on what's in the statutes. Like you can do the 500 feet, you can do 100 feet. Like it's kind of that local land use.
I hear your hesitation, but my sense is I think that as communities set this up, they're going to be likely extremely sensitive to this issue.
I don't know, because we've gotten complaints about billboards in front of schools and bus stops, so I don't know, you know?
Yeah, but the municipality is controlling that, the mass, whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
That regulates billboards. So that's what I'm saying is that when I think of the local oversight here, I think you're going to have a lot of feedback from people in the area. I think that municipalities, because again, the billboard's an example, but municipalities don't get to determine speech or, you know, what's going to be on a billboard in their community. So, moving on.
I didn't mean to derail it.
No. Can I tell you, this is our time to do this, and we want to. We know we're going to have to be fixing things, and the less we have to fix in the future, the better it is. So that's good. All right, Attorney Bruno, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will move to page 101. And this is 500-141-3 limitations on sales. I will read section B, which reads, excuse me, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-105-6C2E and in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-6E and 935 CMR 500-1504, at the point of service, a social consumption establishment shall not serve more than 3.5 grams of marijuana flower to a consumer at one time, or no more than 2 servings of marijuana-infused products, excluding edibles, not to exceed 10 milligrams of Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol to a consumer at one time, or no more than 4 servings of edibles, not to exceed 20 milligrams of Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol at one time. A social consumption establishment shall further ensure that any combination of marijuana flower and marijuana infused products, including beverages and edibles served to a consumer at one time, does not exceed the equivalent of 3.5 grams of marijuana flower, 10 milligrams of Delta-9, I'll just say THC, of marijuana infused products, and 20 milligrams of Delta-9 THC of edibles in total.
I feel like this is not consistent with what I'm looking at. What page are we on? 101?
We are on, yes, Madam Chair, we are on page 101. It's the very top. B, point of service limitations, and 1.
But on this handout, yeah, I feel like I'm not seeing like your.
The language isn't listed in the page guide. It is in the draft.
But in,
It's not on, right, yeah, okay, I was like, I couldn't find it.
all right,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry.
It should be all red underlined.
I'm looking at this. What is this? Okay, so I'm really not very much.
Looks like it's before. I think what's happened is because of the way some of the comments are listed on your copy, the page numbers are a little bit off, but if you grab some of those ones down there, we'll be able to get you to it.
Looking at that.
Right here.
Okay, so it's page 99.
On your, I'm not sure why it's just your copy, but we'll double check that again. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So,
Are you all speaking?
Yeah.
are you in a different place than I am?
No, the iteration that I have printed is aligning.
And Commissioner Stebbins, you're going on there? Okay. So we're actually on page,
I have 101 on.
so I have limitation on sales and I have, so I'm on 99. I don't know why that's different. That's okay. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Madam Chair, if you'd like, I can certainly.
Please, thank you, because I was trying to follow and I couldn't see it, so I'm just on the wrong page, so I don't know how to say it. If you don't mind.
Absolutely. So B, point of service limitations. 1, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500-1056C2C and in accordance with 935 500-1056E and 935 CMR 500-1504, at the point of service, a social consumption establishment shall not serve more than 3.5 grams of marijuana flower to a consumer at one time, or no more than 2 servings of marijuana infused products, excluding edibles, not to exceed 10 milligrams of Delta 9, and I'll just say THC to a consumer at one time, or no more than 4 servings of edibles not to exceed 20 milligrams of Delta 9 THC to a consumer at one time. A social consumption establishment shall further ensure that any combination of marijuana flower and marijuana infused products, including beverages and edibles, served to a consumer at one time does not exceed the equivalent of 3.5 grams of marijuana flower, 10 milligrams of Delta 9 THC of marijuana infused products, and 20 milligrams of Delta 9 THC of edibles in total. Of course, this is certainly a policy consideration for the board as far as these limits and any limitations as to what's in front of a consumer at one time.
I'll just state, and again, this is because I didn't get a chance to hear all of the testimony or ask people in real time. We've sort of referenced this as kind of the Red Sox 2 beers at a time. And not that I know this for a fact, but when you buy 2 beers at the Red Sox game, you're bringing that into an unregulated area. It's not age restricted. There could be kids. So 1, you don't want to overserve people, but 2, there's an added element of kids being there, and you don't want people to be handing off alcohol to, people who are under 21. What I have heard from a small handful of people who push back in conversations on this is that, and I may not be an expert, and I know Commissioner Roy, you and Commissioner Stebbins, you are more deeply steeped in understanding some of the stuff. But what I have heard is that the tolerance level, varies. I don't know if this is true, more widely perhaps than with alcohol. And I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard, different tolerance levels. So the issue that I want to make sure that we're not creating is that someone may be very different, may opt to, it's like someone wanting wine versus a bourbon, right? And someone may have a different tolerance for that. But I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped around how do we make sure that we're not catering to the least common denominator and making sure that it's more like a bar. So I just raised that with my fellow commissioners because, I've given the Tavern in the Square margarita example where you do have to have a certain number of people sitting there, but there is not the limitation on necessarily what one person can have. So I just raised that. I know Commissioner Ray,
Scorpion bowls.
the Scorpion Bowls at Ding Hole Lounge. So anyway, dating myself. But anyway, I know Commissioner Ray, you have a difference of opinion here. So, but I just feel that this might need a little bit of tweaking, but I'd love to get your feedback on that and that of Commissioner Stebbins, because we had this conversation, and I just am not sure that this level of stringency is needed. So I just raised that with my fellow commissioners, asking them to opine. Commissioner Roy?
Maybe we should break it down by product type.
Okay.
So let's look at flour. So this is prescribing that a social consumption establishment shall not serve more than 3.5 grams of marijuana flower to the consumer at one time. So if you do the math, 3.5 grams goes into 1 ounce, approximately 8.09 times. So I can walk into Shannon's retail and buy an ounce of flour, but I can't walk into Shannon's cafe and buy an ounce at one time. I can buy 3.5 grams of flour at one time. So that's not consistent with retail.
Right.
So do we say, instead of 3.5 grams, do we say not serve more than 1 ounce of marijuana flower to a consumer at one time? Just throwing it out there for consideration.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. Commissioner Stebbins, do you?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to hear from Deputy GC. I think, part of where I think this is coming is offering some clarification, because a
Inconsistent.
lot of concern raised at the public hearing of, you're telling me I can't buy what I'd be able to
That's
buy
what I'm saying, exactly.
in the retail side. And I think this language clarifies that you can buy up to the daily purchase limit.
Just you gotta go
Just-
back and forth.
And I think we've tried to clarify that in terms of somebody can now come to your table and you can order more, and closing out your overall bill at the end of the day. Again, this for me is pretty clear. This is also, thinking about what the market is for social consumption. There's a difference. Well, two things. There's a difference between what I go into the retail and buy. Chances are I'm not consuming all of that at one time, right? I'm bringing it home, smoking a pre-roll now, maybe a pre-roll the next day, whatever. I think this also feeds into, the few lounge operators out there, certainly not in Massachusetts, obviously, but folks that I've talked to in other jurisdictions are like, there's almost a business approach of, what do we say, go low, start slow, or go slow, start low, in terms of you want the customer to stay, you want them to engage, you want them to order food, you want them to stay and watch a ball game or a music act or something, and kind of spacing out. Plus, if we're thinking about a whole new market of potential customers, folks may be trying this for the same time that don't know what their tolerance is yet. So maybe it is best in, a social consumption hospitality space to kind of just pace it out, similar to how you would treat somebody in a bar. You don't give them the whole bottle of Jack, you kind of break it out. But again, going back to what I heard at the public hearing, you're not letting us buy up to the daily purchase limit. I think we've clarified that. And I don't want it to keep going. Sorry. I don't want to have to keep going back up, right? We're trying to make the point of sale and the further ordering as hospitality and customer friendly as possible.
I hear the hospitality, but I just want to make sure that we're satisfying the needs of kind of the range of customers, the novice who may be coming in, as well as the more experienced, higher tolerance customer. And I don't know what that. I will tell you, when I look at 3.5 grams and Commissioner Ray has done the math, but I don't know what that means. I know what a glass of wine means. I know what a beer means. I know what a shot of, whiskey means. But I don't know if I understand what that 3.5 grams of marijuana flower means. And Commissioner Ray, I think you might have a better sense of that than I do. I don't know how this impacts, Attorney Baker.
Thank you. 3.5 grams is 1/8. So you divide an ounce, which is the daily allotment, up 8 times. There's a lot of joints that are offered at our retail establishments that are either a half of a gram or a full gram. So you could essentially, if you want to think about it in joint form, it would be either 3.5 joints of 1 gram or 7. I'm not good at math on it,
No,
so
but I'm just saying, one person could get
6,
3.5. That's what that serving is.
28.349 grams equals 1 ounce.
Okay. Okay. I thought you were saying that is the equivalent of 1/8 of an ounce? Is that the
Right.
one here? Okay.
1/8 of an ounce is equivalent to 3.5 grams of
Okay.
flower.
Okay.
So again, if you're thinking about it in joint form, it would be 7 half-gram joints or 3.5 full-gram joints.
This one where I may have to defer to your collective expertise unless we have a voice here at the table.
If I may mention,
I mean, please.
Commissioner Stebbins, can you walk through again the mindset of the 3.5 grams and the hospitality component? And I know you said it, but
Yeah, again, not really being specific to all the numbers, but I think we're trying to parse out
the concept.
the daily purchase, kind of breaking it up so that you could consume over a longer period of time, right? Again, is I heard the comment at the public listening session of the public hearing, people saying, well, I can go to retail and get this. You're telling me if I go to social consumption, you're not letting me buy as much. And again, I think where DGC will correct me, or Attorney Bruno will correct me if I'm wrong. We're now saying, yes, you can be on the social consumption side and buy up to the daily purchase limits. We're just parsing out how much is in front of you at one time. And you may, again, regulators are probably the worst people to be entrepreneurs, but if I was selling, I might come up with a whole new line of products that I'm just making available on my social consumption side. So if somebody buys a new pre-roll that I'm just offering on that side of the house and I try it and I don't like it, I don't want to also have a huge order of stuff that, we're also thinking deli style as well is I might want to mix and match products. So I think this is where the language is trying to get to, is to accommodate for all that.
But I think the businesses can do that also. I mean, I want to just make sure that we're not tailoring this to sparking creativity among businesses. They're going to have to figure that out themselves. Again, I'm Commissioner Roy.
So I'm sure we've all heard about folks. We check IDs, but we don't save the information on adult use and bouncing from one dispensary to another because who's going to know, right? Like they're bouncing. And so, and in theory, I hear what you're saying. But in reality, like, what's the time limit? I get it. Can I go back up a minute later and buy more? Like, how does that work?
That's the question that I have.
Like, in other words, I get my 3.5 grams. Can I go back up 2 minutes later and buy another 3 point?
Mr. Stebbins?
I'm just reading through the language. I hear Commissioner Roy's question. It's selling to all of those provisions to a consumer at one time. You're right. I could get it, put it on a plate in front of me, and I turn around and say, by the way, I want my next order. So keep it coming. You know, it's, you know, again, it used the Fenway beer mentality. I could buy my 2 beers, walk
them off,
over,
yeah.
give them to another friend, and hop right back in line. So I don't think we're doing anything to necessarily limit that in any way.
I'm a little stumped on.
Do you have anything?
What do we do? Well, I guess my question is if
I have another question too.
go ahead, Commissioner.
My question is the taxes on the consumer. So like when you go to BJ's, you buy the big can of spaghetti sauce or whatever it is.
Right.
You're buying in volume because it's more cost effective than buying the bunch of cans to add up to that amount. And so you're paying tax on, you're saving the price, the big can, and you're just paying less tax than you would if you were add up all 6 cans to get to that. So, and I know there's price compression, but so I don't know. And the retailers, is it, if I'm a cancer patient and doesn't have access to an MTC and I need high strength, high dose.
Right.
And so now I have to go back up 3 times, and would it been cheaper just to be able to buy the one? I don't know if pricing plays a factor into this, but just kind of thinking out loud, like I'm thinking of a cancer patient that lives in a rental, federal housing. Right?
Yeah.
No access to an MTC because we have MTC deserts, goes here, needs a high potency, high dose. They gotta go back
Right.
numerous times.
So Tony Baker.
Thank you. You're bringing up an excellent point, Commissioner Roy. I think that's why we chose to define open bill so that folks didn't have to close out their tab each iteration so that they can keep it open and get the benefit of the daily allotment over the course of the time they're there. So again, it's not, you need to do the transaction and close out your tab each time.
But buying 8 joints, or how many joints did you say? Would
7,
7 joints individually
so
add up to more and more tax versus buying one, you know, just one amount.
Tony Baker.
thank you. And thank you for letting me clarify, Commissioner Roy. If I went up to a social consumption bar and I said, I want to buy an ounce of flour, I could buy the ounce of flour under this current draft. I just wouldn't be able to take more than 1/8 of that flour with me to my seat or to the consumption area. So I'd then go back
How long?
and the agent behind the bar would hold it. But again, this is a bit of when we were drafting this, this was the technical difficulties that we ran into.
May I?
Commissioner Roy.
But for how long, Deputy General Counsel? So I can only take that back to for how long?
Do you have to consume it? We're not telling them they have to consume it right there, or we are, so
This-
you have to consume it?
We did not say that, and we didn't say the length of time. So it's up to the board to make.
So are
that
we just
decision.
creating red tape that doesn't need, it feels red tape-ish.
But that's what
I don't know.
If we're
I'm
not,
just asking.
because the Red Sox beer analogy, you're not taking that beer home.
Oh, you're not.
And you can go back in line and no one's stopping you from going back in line. You can go back in line as many times as you want, but
Until they see.
until you fall,
Seventh
yeah,
inning,
yeah,
fourth
yeah,
inning.
seventh
When the
inning,
other comes first.
seasons get colder.
That's based off seeing other people.
Yeah. Executive Director,
Just adding one thought to the conversation here, which is, you know, you can go buy alcohol at Costco, right? But if you go into a bar, they're not selling you the same price and those types of things as Costco. But yet ultimately, so I just adding into the equation here that these businesses are going to have to obviously make money. So they are also going to have the opportunity to make their own business decisions. So I think as well as obviously you're setting the framework here, and then the businesses are going to do what they need to do within that framework. That I don't see a scenario where they're going to want to sell at cost of, similar to a Costco comparison, that they need to make money. And so similar to that, they're selling individuals generally, but they'll set their own pricing models as well. So I think as you're thinking about the limits, just recognizing that they'll make their own businesses.
You just sparked a thought. So I may like more expensive glass of wine, but I can't order it by the glass. So I buy a bottle. And in many instances, you're supposed to be able to bring that bottle home. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm not going to drink the whole bottle of wine, but I can take that bottle home with me. That's Attorney Baker.
That's exactly how this is understood to be the case as well. We modeled it after that court.
My point is that I don't see here. I don't have that expensive glass of wine. You know what I mean? If I wanted to buy the larger amount, I can buy the larger amount. I don't have to consume the whole thing, right? So that's what I'm just saying is that how do I do this without having to go in line again? If that's my choice, how do I do this where I can get up to that limit without having to go in line 3-4 times? So that's what I'm trying to get around. Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I think your analogy is helpful because it's easier to help kind of distinguish what you can do with alcohol versus what this draft would allow. So this draft would allow you to buy the expensive bottle of alcohol, but the server would keep the bottle and come and pour the glass. So you'd only have the glass at once. Whereas what I think is normally, at least in my experience, is the bottle's kept on the table.
Right.
So, with alcohol, the server will come, bring the bottle, leave the bottle at the table, and you can serve yourself while you're enjoying your meal. This draft, and this is, of course, a policy consideration as it's written, would require the server to take the bottle back with them.
Right.
And if you would like another glass, they would need to come and pour it.
Commissioner Wright.
But my understanding about our model is there's no service at the table. They have to go up and get the remaining of their order. It's like we're not coming to the wait staff is not, bartenders aren't going to them with their remaining pre-rolls. The consumer would have to go up to the counter to get their pre-rolls.
Attorney Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the separation is only required for indoor smoking. So indoor non-smoking consumption areas, that commingling of spaces.
We're on flower right now.
So that would obviously only be able to be smoked inside under an indoor smoking consumption area. So it would be separated, to your point.
Okay, and then I know I had another point on top of that point, but
Could I make a suggestion?
lunch.
We're closing in at lunchtime. We can have a couple individual conversations with the legal team and then maybe come back with a little refresh.
Oh, I know what my other point was.
Oh, go ahead. All right.
So if I go up and I buy the 7 pre-rolls, 7.5 pre-rolls, and I am allowed to take how many back to my table with me?
All 7.
All 7. Okay, under the current, so if what we allowed the full ounce to be purchased at once, then I could take, so what happens if the splitting the order and I have to go back? You said I could pay for it up front. That's a whole other, how is it stored? It's purchased now, so when it's purchased, it's out of metric. It gets out of metric. So now you have product no longer in metric. How is that stored? Where is that stored until the consumer is, that just creates a metric problem, I see.
Madam Chair,
Attorney Baker.
thank you. And who actually has possession is something we wrestled with when we were writing this. We felt that it was appropriate for the agent to hold on to it for the consumer in this time frame. If that's again, this is how the board had asked us to write it. So we were trying to reflect that intent throughout. and felt as though that the agent holding the remainder of the allotment was appropriate.
Okay, if I may.
Please.
We got a little queasy with that when we said, remember the locker concept we had? And everybody was like, the licensees are like, no, we don't want to be responsible once they, and this is the same concept. Now it's been purchased, it's no longer in metric and it's basically the same concept without a locker. And so if something were to happen to that product, who's responsible for that? And so I just think it's can create unintended consequences. It's the locker model without the locker.
I would suggest I entertain a motion to break for lunch. And we'll come back at 1:30, and then that'll give us 90 minutes-ish to get ready for our listening session. Want to make sure that we get through as much of this as possible. But anyway, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until 1:30. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Right, having been moved and second, call the roll. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are in recess until 1:30.
Okay. Coming back from recess, I will turn things,
Once again, over to Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are still, just for reorienting ourselves, on page 101, 500, 141.3, limitations on sales. I know when we had ended just before the break that there was discussion as far as these point of service limitations and the potential amounts based upon the type of product. And so one piece of these policy considerations is that specific amount. So certainly those are amenable or amendable. And so if, that's certainly for discussion.
Have we been able to generate any consensus over lunchtime?
I think we may have some consensus as to increasing those amounts, but I think there's certainly some discussion we can have as far as how much and what.
Since we're in an open meeting now, you can sort of share the offline conversations you've had. So if we can just sort of set the table here, that would be helpful.
So legal did have discussions individually, and thank you for bearing with me while I'm new to public meetings.
No, that's okay. No, but I'm just saying, I think you're being circumspect, but this is where it all hangs out, so we can all.
Sure, thank you. So we did have discussions individually, and I think what we are hearing are some different perspectives. So from the chair, I think what we're hearing is that you're comfortable striking these limitations as to what's in front of you at one time.
Right.
I think what we're hearing, and correct me, please, anybody correct me if I'm wrong. Commissioner Roy, I think what we're hearing is that you're comfortable potentially striking this, but also potentially increasing the amounts of what a consumer might have in front of them at one time. And that may be able to be increased potentially maybe to half of the daily sales amount. Commissioner Roy, I think what we're hearing, or Commissioner Stebbins, I apologize.
We look alike.
Commissioner Stebbins, I think what we're hearing from you is that you are more comfortable keeping the point of service limitations and possibly increasing them. We had not finalized a conversation as to maybe how much you would like to increase those limitations for what's in front of a consumer at one time.
Would you be comfortable going to half the daily sales?
It's a great question, and I get the point of, and I think Commissioner Roy raises a good point of how much am I buying? What happens to what isn't served if it's, held someplace? The point I think is good about it. It's out of metric. Then what do we do? I do think there should be a way to kind of partition how much is in front of you, right? And I think there's also there's a hospitality component to it. There's a public safety component to this as well. I think what else is also unique, and it's covered, a couple sections down from this, is that be mindful of the fact that a social consumption licensee can break up different packages. Provide products deli style, they can, repackage stuff. So I'm being mindful of that authority that we're giving them to, and I'm still trying to figure out how that ties back to what can be in front of them at one time. I have no problem upping it a little bit, but again, I think there's a public safety component to this as well.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Chair. So regardless of the ceiling is an ounce. We all agree on that. So I don't understand if it's a seed to sale. So the sale has occurred. So the product is no longer in seed to sale. And we don't say you have to wait 3 hours and come back up. So what are they really could be on a turnstile and just keep coming back till they hit their 1 ounce. So other than creating, and I appreciate the concern around public health safety because I share it. But the practicality and reality is other than creating red tape and a conundrum, that product that's out of metric, how do we store it? Because there was pushback about the cubbies in the lockers before, and you weren't here for that, but there was a lot of pushback about buying it all and storing it, or coming in with product and storing it. And we got significant pushback, but this is essentially the same thing, even though it's all purchased there. And who's responsible? And then what about, people might forget their 2 pre-rolls, and now do you waste it? What happens to that? Is it an opportunity for diversion because somebody paid for their 2 pre-rolls and forgot because it's in the cubby or whatever? So I get it, and I appreciate the public health and safety, but I don't understand the practicality of it other than creating red tape for bud tenders and owners and, quite frankly, consumers. So I don't understand how it's applied if you can just keep going back.
I agree.
And it's not metric. And we all agree, like, we're in alignment with the statute at an ounce. And so now we're saying you got to ration the ounce, but it's no longer in our seed to sale system. And who's protecting it and who wastes it? And so there's a lot of unintended consequences. And again, I appreciate Commissioner Steppins that, and I agree with, I of course, I don't want anybody to overconsume. And I prioritize public health and safety, but I just see this as red tape.
I also worry about enforcement. How
do we enforce it? So unless you put a time limit that you can only go, and I think that defeats the economic model that you're trying to achieve. I don't understand.
Mr. Stebbins, do you have thoughts about time frame within which people can return to get another 3.5 grams?
I hadn't really given much thought in terms of time frame. I guess the question I would have, and maybe Commissioner Roy, that speaks to your concern, is if we spelled out what the agent did or how the agent held what is not currently in front of you, would that solve a problem?
Commissioner Roy?
I'd want to hear from I&E because I think we might have to put a pin in this. I don't know if I&E is here today, but to your question, Chair, about enforceability, how is that enforced and how is it stored? And so maybe it would. I just need to hear from I&E to get us.
Please, thank you.
I'll bring them.
Thank you. You want to go into a brief recess until they come here? We can.
The point is to get it right. Right.
All right, why don't we go into a 5-minute recess, reconvene at 2 o'clock. I'll entertain a motion to recess. Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
All those in favor, aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We will reconvene at 2 o'clock when we have the team from IT to answer some questions.
That works.
He's on level.
Now we have 9E. Attorney Gooden, if you could explain, or have we told him what the question is?
Generally, but if you don't mind, Madam Chair, if
Please.
Commissioner Roy, could you just kind of repeat the concern?
Sure. So currently we're discussing purchasing limits, EC Gooden, and I think we're all kind of in different places when the conversation, I think the chair was in favor of kind of lifting any kind of restrictions to align with statute of an ounce. Commissioner Stebbins, I think, if I don't want to speak for him, but my understanding is keep with the recommendations that were already drafted, and I was kind of Switzerland in the middle, when previously I was more kind of aligned a few months back with the purchasing limits. But recently I've had meetings on a separate issue, but thinking about the practicality, obviously we don't want anyone to over consume. Let me say that. But thinking of the practicality of we all agree that ounce is the ceiling based on statute of flower. And so if you ration that to 3.5 grams at a time, so once I purchase from you 3.5, or say I want to purchase the full ounce, but you only allow me to take to the table 3.5 grams. What I purchase is no longer in metric. Well, see to sale. So after the sale, it's out of the tracking system. It's no longer in there. So my concern is that, two, what's to stop someone from, I give bud tender Tim my money and I go back to my table, and then I come back to bud tender Tim and want 3.5 more grams. So there's no time limit, right? That's the turnstile effect. You can keep coming back till you maxed out to the ounce. There's the fact that it's not in the seed to sale tracking system. There's the fact of how do we safeguard that? And under what conditions and how is that enforced? And I see potential diversion opportunities when if someone, it's 2 a.m, they forgot their 2 pre-rolls. And how do you waste that? And it's out of metric. How do you get it back in the metric to waste it?
And can I also ask, when we're in the social consumption on-site setting, how are we tracking that ounce limit? What if they just, you have to ID every time, or are we, how are we doing that in terms of tracking the individual purchases? How is that? I mean, again, it's already there, but because we were also talking about potentially, if we're properly gated, having one. So are we bringing an ID for every time we purchase? I'm just trying to
That's a
figure
good
out
question.
practically how we're gonna manage that. So every time we're gonna have to have someone, as if they're coming in and out of a store, they're gonna have to re-ID. Is that what we're talking about?
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
And thank you. There's a lot of questions here, so I'll try to answer each of them. And I believe that Chief Jones is also available via the commission link too. So definitely would defer to her expertise on a lot of these areas too, because some of these are wading into kind of what our investigators or inspectors would actually do on site and how they would be enforcing and identifying compliance issues. So with regard to the ID checking, my understanding right now too is that there's really no change at this stage to when IDs are going to be checked. So generally right now there's an ID check when you enter one of these facilities, and then there's ID check at the point of sale. So I believe that would still occur unless there is a change in that policy here. As we're talking about kind of the purchasing of up to an ounce of flour or 5 grams of concentrate at a social consumption establishment. I'll stick with flour because that's really kind of what this is focused on. So what I will say is it raises a couple of red flags for me. So if a consumer is purchasing a full ounce of product in one transaction, it is seed to sale tracking. So I think you're exactly correct, Commissioner Roy, that product is now outside of metric. So there are some concerns that I would have, particularly for diversion risks. I mean, what's to stop Budtender Tim from taking a couple of nugs out of that bag or something? Not to disparage anybody or do that, but trying to think of kind of worst case scenarios potentially. So I do think there would be a heightened diversion risk. Once the consumer purchases this, it is, and the sale is completed, the product would technically be property of the consumer. So there is also that potential liability risk of the store holding that. So I will say in terms of like pre-orders, my understanding of how that works is that it is, the product is taken, it is separated in the virtual inventory, and then the actual sale is processed when the consumer comes in to pick that up. So not to kind of conflate issues, but when we're talking about how would that product get back, if a consumer abandoned product at the end of the night and then that need to get re-entered into metric and wasted, I think it would probably follow a similar sort of process where they could re-enter it into metric, similar to like a pre-order if it wasn't in there. It's a little bit different because presumably there's a sale there, but just seeing from
Once you hit that sale threshold,
once you get the sale,
pre-order in retail, there's not, unless, well, do people?
you're still subject to that sales threshold. However, in this situation, it would be, this is already purchased.
'Cause I don't-
That is it.
So when you pre-order now, you can prepay, right? So then there is a sale, but is the sale finalized only when you walk into the store, or is the sale finalized when you swipe the card?
Check your ID online, so you're gonna have to pay at the point of sale.
Okay.
So therefore, it's still in metric.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Attorney Baker had a point.
Oh, yep.
Sorry.
Sorry, Enforcement Council, can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
I can hear you now.
In a very similar way from how Enforcement Council just described it, this open bill would allow for that transaction to occur and be processed at the end of this process. So at least that's how the draft envisions it. So the sale doesn't occur, you go and you get it. You obviously, they'll have to make sure the ID is checked, but that tab can be opened, so you don't have to, the actual sale wouldn't occur until you paid.
So it's all, no, it's Attorney Goodings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And could I ask Attorney Baker just a question about who was identifying there? So Attorney Baker, so in essence, is what you're saying, the kind of contemplated structure of these sales is that you could, at the store, say, I want to buy an ounce of flour today, and then they will actually sell it in 3.5 gram increments. So they would pre-order, kind of reserve that off to the side, or the sale all occur at once. That is then held by the social consumption establishment and in essence dispensed in 3.5 grams. So,
I think it would be the latter.
okay.
Wait a minute, could we restate that?
So I think my understanding of this is that a consumer, how it's contemplated right now is a consumer go in and purchase the ounce of flour,
Right.
which is the daily sales limit.
Right.
The social consumption establishment would then hold that ounce behind the counter in some manner and then dispense it out to the consumer in 3.5 gram increments. I think that process is a bit more complicated. And even when we're going to the pre-order wasting analogy that I was trying to draw here, I think this situation is a little bit more complicated as well because the consumer has actually purchased it at that point. They have already paid for the $180, $250, however much it would be for the ounce. So it is technically the consumer's property in that sense. If it is abandoned at the end of the night, how the licensee is then re-entering into metric or wasting it properly, tracking the wasting in that sense.
If it's already been paid for.
Correct.
You have to document the waste.
Yeah, sorry, hold on, Commissioner Stebbins has been holding his hand up for a while.
And I appreciate Enforcement Council's thoughts on this. Offer a potential solution maybe, because there is the possibility, again, I'm thinking of, you might have two approaches to purchasing when you walk into a social consumption establishment. You may buy that up to my daily allotment
Mhm.
of flour, what have you, or the chocolate bar, or whatever. Additionally, we're allowing the social consumption licensee to break down packages and repackage them. So they can sell smaller quantities, they can sell deli style, what have you. If I walk in and I go up to the point of sale for social consumption, I say, I want to buy Erica's pre-rolls, my whole daily allotment, and, is there the option that the bud tender could say, well, let me parse you out X amount to start, and I will seal and package, similar to if you were heading out the door. I will seal and package everything else, and you will have it at your table. And if you finish what I've allotted to you, and I want more, I just open my bag and I go in and get more. And then at the end of the day, if I still have some left, I can go back up and ask them to package up what's left. I don't know if that's a solution, but I'm thinking of the two different ways people are going to be able to buy at these establishments. I'm going to get my whole daily allotment, or I'm going to look to the menu.
I mean, I just want to make sure we're not creating a regulatory nightmare, how to be an enforcement nightmare.
Yep.
And I feel like if you have that 1 ounce a day,
Mhm.
that if you want to buy less, you can.
Mhm.
So,
I'm just giving you a picture. You're going to have two essential ways of buying product in a social consumption establishment. For somebody who wants to, and I think this is to address Commissioner Roy's concern, what happens with the product that I don't take to my table, it could be parsed out with, here's a certain percentage of the ounce of flour that you bought, we're going to package up the rest, and the rest sits with you at your table, so you don't need to keep going back up. It's not being stored, it's already cleared metric. I've started off with a dose or a percentage of what I just purchased. And if I feel I can take more, I'll rip open the bag and I'll parse.
so we have to
more out
reseal the
myself.
bag, right?
Yeah, and then they can go back up to the dispensary and say, you know what, I opened it up again, can you repack? No different than corking the wine, probably uncorking the wine and recorking the wine, I don't know.
Well, there's uncorking, you only uncork
know.
wine once,
Okay.
right? And that's what not that you don't finish it once in, but you uncork the wine once and you put back, but that's not really recorking it. That's like, you can't, we got the cork out of there. It's fine. So you can, so it is. So now I'm seeing even more complexity. Now we have to go back and repackage and,
Only if you want to take it with you. It's bagged once if you want to leave with it after you're done. If you decide you want to have more, you go back up to the social consumption licensee and say, you know what, I had a little bit more. Could you rebag this so I can leave with it?
pretty good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to kind of propose something that I think actually the draft regulations as it stands right now would allow for, but in essence, I mean, the issue that I'm seeing, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but we want to allow folks at social consumption establishments to purchase up to the daily limit.
Right.
I don't see anything in here that is necessarily restricting that. What B1 says right now is that a social consumption establishment shall serve no more than 3.5 grams of flour to a consumer at one time. So what is to stop somebody from just making purchases of 3.5 grams up to that 1 ounce per visit? Then we just say at the time, I know it's been discussed as kind of the 2 beers at a baseball game rule or something along those lines, that we're setting a particular cap just for a single transaction, but that is not limiting the consumer from purchasing up to a full ounce. And then I think that would be easier to monitor compliance with that. And I would definitely defer over to my colleagues with Chief Jones, Director Enos as well, if they have any input on this. But I think from my perspective, that is easier to do metric audits. We can view to see what actual sales were being completed.
What's easier, what scenario?
Purchasing,
Or just allowing.
allowing the 3.5 with the 1 ounce. If we allow somebody to purchase 1 ounce at one time, and then that is being held behind the counter, I think to Commissioner Stebbins' suggestion, if they purchased it, they bag it up, give that to the consumer. It's in the consumer's possession still. So the seed to sale, the transaction has effectively occurred. Somebody is now holding
Just
3/4 of an
Yeah,
ounce.
If this is, you were just saying that the holding it behind the counter is also.
Nothing stopping anyone from purchasing 3.5 grams. They can do
Right.
that. They can do that and go back to their table. And if they want to come back up for another 3.5, they can do it. But what I'm saying is limiting them at the 3.5 when the statute says clearly they can have an ounce creates a lot of potential problems in metric, diversion, compliance, enforcement by doing the ration doggy bag thing, as opposed to, and most people probably don't want the ounce, quite frankly, right? So they go in, they get the ounce, and then it's done. It's all in metric, it's clean. Nobody's holding it property. There's no, leftover behind the counter for diversion. I just see like a lot of problems.
What if someone wants to treat other people? We can do that, right? Does what they purchase have to be consumed by them? So, someone's birthday, and I want a treat. I go up and buy a round, but in essence, I can't buy the full round if I want to treat, this is the hospitality mode, if I can treat my friends. So this is where I think the complexity comes in, Executive Director.
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. Just going to pull that back to the 2-beer model, right? So if I want to get 4 beers at Fenway, I need 2 individuals, 2 beers apiece, and then I can get 4 beers. So that was what my understanding of the intent was.
But I think that we've sort of raised that this is different than Fenway.
Oh, wait,
Oh, absolutely.
if I may, but under this model, you say, okay, now you can purchase 4, but I need Fenway, you to hold 2. I'm going to purchase 4. But you got to hold my 2 back there under our model, and I'll come back for my 2 in the 6th inning. Like, that just
Yeah,
doesn't.
if I may, Madam Chair. No, just to be clear, I'm in agreement with the concern that we're creating a little purgatory between metric and the consumer who's purchased it. I do think that I'm understanding that some of the comments that were about people not wanting there to be the 3.5 limit, I want to be able to purchase more. So I think this was an attempt to meet that. And yet, I think at the same point, I look at this and I say, why would a business do this if they were given this option anyway? And then I also look at it and say, from a enforcement,
I don't mean to be, why would a business do?
trying to be selling in bulk and then cording it out the way that this is, it doesn't seem to work for the business either. Just coming from it from that perspective. So I understand the purpose behind it, but also, the individual's point of sale in a social consumption rather than at a retailer. I think it's attempting to be a middle ground, but I think you've identified the middle ground, but when it leaves metric as a problem.
Yeah, and I want to applaud Commissioner Stebbins because the intention is very noble. We don't want people to overconsume, but in the world we live, in the knowing metric, and it's that blind spot where it's out of metric gives me pause. And so I thank you because the intention is noble and it's the right one, but I just don't know how it's applied.
Pretty good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to make sure, or clarify what I was saying too as well. I think from the I&E perspective, from compliance monitoring, from enforcement, I think either option, if you wanted to limit it to 3.5, but consumers are able to purchase up to an ounce while they're on site, as long as the consumer is taking possession of it, I think that is fine. I think the option, Commissioner Stebbins, that you were identifying, if somebody purchases a full ounce and then that is sealed in even like a similar way as it would be at a retail establishment, they seal that up, give that to them. The consumer is still taking possession of it. So our focus would be on making sure that when the product is sold, it is in the possession of the consumer, not in the possession of the social consumption establishment. So I think either one of those options would potentially work here. I think we share the same concerns that you would have, Commissioner Roy, that if the licensee is holding on to that product, the excess, for example, there are a number of different concerns that we would have with that. It presents a liability for the licensee. It presents a difficulty for enforcement for us. So either one of those, I think, would generally be acceptable or able to be monitored, ensure compliance, and enforced.
Commissioner.
So to your point, so if I'm hearing you right, so it has to be, okay, you can do the 3.5 limit, but you can't, that's it. You're gonna have to do no open tab, three separate transactions because you want all the product to go with the consumer. Or the doggy bag model where, okay, I purchased the ounce and here's your 3.5 open and then the rest is sealed. Or the third option is you're statutorily entitled to buy an ounce. Here's your ounce. It's in your possession.
Madam Chair. I think with the first situation, first circumstance or option that you're describing there, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. In essence, I mean, I don't necessarily think they would be limited to 3.5 grams per each check.
That's what it's.
It's at one time is what I'm seeing on this. Is there, perhaps there is the language too for the maintain the open bill. If that limits them, but it could be 3.5 each transaction.
Oh, but you can't do that because then it's, yes, each transaction, but you can't just keep that open bill or you can't. The goal is to keep it in metric until it's fully in the possession of the consumer. You don't want a gray space. So you can go up and buy 3.5 grams at a time. It's yours. And you can come back until you reach your 28 grams or your 1 ounce. You're welcome to come back. Okay.
That is the turnstile essentially that you're talking about. You go up, you
Turnstile.
buy 3.5
Yeah.
grams, you
Yes.
get back in line. You
Get another 3 point. Now that's an option where there's no gray space in metric. It was in metric, it's autometric.
and the consumer has possession.
And consumer has possession. Okay. Or Commissioner Stebbins proposed, you can buy the ounce, pay for the ounce. We're going to give you 3.5 and we're going to doggy bag or we're going to bag up the balance of it. And then, so I don't think the way it's currently drafted is compliance or enforcement friendly, quite frankly. And I see a lot of problems with the metric gray space and a possible avenue for diversion. So I think we can't leave this the way it is. We got to figure out. Does that make sense?
Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify because this language has been coming up and we didn't read the entirety of this section, but now that it's kind of pulling into the conversation, I just want to read number 2, which states, notwithstanding 935 CMR 500 141 3A2 and 935 CMR 500 141 3B1, a social consumption establishment may maintain an open bill for a consumer. A social consumption establishment may transact additional sales or service under such open bill, provided that the sale or service of additional marijuana or marijuana products complies with 935 500 141 3A2 and 935 CMR 500 141 3B1. And I'll read the definition that we have of open bill as well, which is on page 13. Excuse me, which reads, open bill means an arrangement in which a consumer maintains a single ongoing account for the sale of marijuana, marijuana products, marijuana accessories, or other items permitted by the commission while patronizing a social consumption establishment, regardless of whether payment is tendered at the time of each point of service or upon conclusion of patronage. An open bill does not exempt a social consumption establishment or its agents from compliance with applicable point of service limitations as set forth by 935 CMR 500 141 3B1 or daily sales limits as set forth by I'll just leave it at the string of citations.
Yep, thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair, I just wanted to read that just to clarify, because I know that we had not read that previously as we were discussing the specifics of what could be in front of somebody at one time, but now that kind of the metric issue has been brought in, I just wanted to clarify what an open bill would mean. So it wouldn't necessarily be different than what would happen at least what the legal team has envisioned is what would be, it wouldn't be any different than what would happen at a regular bar or a restaurant if you have a tab running where the sale itself may happen at the end. I can't speak to.
Does the tab have to be, the tab has to be per customer too, right? Because it's per customer,
Not per party.
not per party.
Yes. Madam Chair, if I may.
Which, this is also if we can share. And then how do we get to share if that is allowed in these settings? Go ahead, Attorney.
Thank you. Yeah, so there is, for each individual, you can purchase up to an ounce or dry weight equivalent. There's nothing that says anything further than that as far as sharing goes. So I can purchase an ounce and I can share it seemingly without restriction there, but
That's going to make
But
it
per the
hard if
bill-
you keep having to be back in the turnstile.
for the bill.
Yeah.
It will have to be different, and this is kind of because of the statutory construction, where it would have to be an individual. We wouldn't be able to split a bill like we would at a normal restaurant.
Right.
Because of
Right.
those parameters.
Executive Director.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I think if we could recognize the CIE, I think she wanted to weigh in as well.
Recognizing Chief Jones.
Yeah, yes, thank you, EG, and thank you, Chair. For INE, Commissioner Roy's first suggestion, whereby the savings are at 3.5, and then you can keep going back if it's a situation you want to do so. Well, we feel that that's more enforceable that way versus having to, I understand the part about the doggy bag, but I'm more concerned about, okay, the doggy bag, is it not going to be labeled? How is this going to work? You know, because we are also concerned about diversion as well. So we think that, you know, it's more reasonable, makes sense, you know, that the savings be at 3.5 grams, you know, up to 1 ounce. If it's a situation where you want to keep going back, you can do so if you so choose as a consumer.
I'm not sure I've heard. We have those two options now, and I'm not sure if I've clearly heard, Chief, what you recommend as the optimum enforcement scenario. You could either go and purchase 3.5 grams or up to the 1 ounce limit, and that's I'm not sure I quite got what you're.
What I'm suggesting?
What you're thinking is in terms of enforcement, because my issue is if you can have, you know, purchase up to 1 ounce, you know, I look at some of these enforcement issues, I look at some of the hospitality issues, I look at some of the metric issues, and so I think that it might be easier to just deal with the 1 ounce per day limit, and then, which is not to say that someone can't purchase at that smaller level if they just want individual servings, but not getting into the complexity of figuring out metric and figuring out if you can share. So Commissioner Wright, and
Yeah.
you're probably going to say it better than I.
No, I just like for the alcohol analogy, this current scenario would be like, I want to go into a package store and buy a case of beer, but nope, you can only buy a 6-pack at a time to get to your case. So I buy a 6-pack, I go to my car, I drop it in, I go back in, I buy another 6-pack, I put it in my car, I go back in. Like, it's just creating, they can buy an ounce anyway, like, they can buy an ounce. So we're saying you got to do the 6-pack to get to the case. You got to go to your car 4 times. So you got to go to your table a bunch of times to get to the ounce, but they can still buy the ounce. So what are we doing? I don't know. I don't get it necessarily.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thanks, Chair. And thank Attorney Bruno for reading down, because I think regardless of how we go, we definitely want to change up 3 just based on conversations. Again, I come back to I'm happy to try to find, I either want to buy it all or I want to buy the 3.75. And again, you know, for me, it is about the public safety. It is kind of spacing out the purchase. And, you know, it is easy to track in metric, whether it's the 3.5 or the 1 ounce. Just thinking, if I do buy the entire 1 ounce, what's a way of making sure, you know, it's out of metric. I think to Commissioner Roy's point, it's not being stored anywhere. It's with the consumer. And again, if we think about going back to the different ways they're going to be able to purchase, if they're going to be able to purchase off a whole menu of broken down products or products broken up and repackaged, or deli style, whatever we want to call it, I think it is helpful to keep that 3.5 language in there. Again, just in terms of somebody wanting to buy smaller units for whatever reason.
All right, so how about this? We probably should move on. We are going to have to close up to allow the Commissioner Stebbins listening session at 3 o'clock. And this may end up being something where we're going to need a tie-breaking vote, so we may have to wait on this. So I think we should just move on to the next issue.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. I will move to the next complete section, which is 500-141-4, social consumption establishment sales on page 102. 500-141-4-2B, which currently reads for edibles. Actually, I'll read the top part just so everybody has.
I just want to make sure because
I'm not, it's not a 102 here.
Going up to 6.
So it's just state the number again. It's
Yep, it is 500-141-4-2B.
You know, I'm with you. Thank you. Sorry, my fault. 2B, 4. Are you on page 102?
102. No. 4.
Okay, so you're looking, do you have social consumption establishment sales?
No, mine is different. Okay, all right, so just it's social consumption establishments. Sorry.
That might be the page before.
Yeah, mine is, yeah, I think it's the page before, sorry.
Okay.
Right there,
we got
okay,
it. All
so
right.
yeah, I feel like everything
Nope.
is one page off. B here.
No, that's not them. There it is.
There it is.
Okay, so
it's
go
on mine.
2B.
Okay, got it. Sorry, I'm just, these are not syncing with everything else is. Thank you. All right, sorry, Attorney Brown.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So I will read beginning at 4A2. In addition to the requirements of 935 CMR 500-146, a social consumption establishment shall readily display a consumer information card to each consumer at the point of sale or service or within the consumer area. A social consumption establishment may use automatic identification technology to display the consumer information card or provide visible signage at the point of sale or service in the consumption areas. Visible signage shall contain the same information as the consumer information card. The content shall include the following, and I will read B, which reads, for edibles, marijuana-infused products, or for beverages, the warning, the impairment effects of marijuana-infused products may be impacted or delayed up to 2 hours or more, depending on several factors, including but not limited to potency, method of consumption, amount consumed, alcohol consumed, non-infused food and drink consumption prior to and during the use of marijuana and marijuana products, and body weight, previous use, prescription medication used, and tolerance of the consumer. The commissioner decision at issue here is from public comment, the request to include that the consumption may cause psychosis.
This is from the chair of the healthcare committee or from, it's from one of the state legislators, Keenan.
Yes, I think it was Senator John Keenan. I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Stemmons?
Mhm.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. Excuse me, and we'll stay under 500-141-4. We'll move to 500-141-4F, which is on page 103. I will read, which states limitations on the time for sales of marijuana or marijuana products shall comply with all municipal bylaws and ordinances. Unless otherwise explicitly authorized by the municipality, sales shall only occur between the hours of 7 a.m. and 12 a.m. And I will read this jointly as well with J, which reads, sales of marijuana or marijuana products may not occur within 30 minutes of the social consumption establishment's posted closing time. There was public comment just about request for clarity as to whether a social consumption establishment, for example, hospitality on site, if they are running non-cannabis related business.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought it was.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Say that.
Take it in a minute. I'll just let you finish it. I'll just take time to step up.
The request in public comment was for clarity as to whether non-cannabis business operations could continue after sales of marijuana or service of marijuana had ended. And then also clarification of whether the end of sales and service of marijuana should be tied closer to whenever the establishment may be able to finish their non-cannabis related activities. So for example, we've used the movie theater that may have consumption on site, and whether the movie theater, if there's a hard stop for sales or service of cannabis at midnight, that would mean last call would come at 11:30. And one of the questions is, can the movie theater continue to show movies after midnight?
Midnight matinee.
Right, midnight matinee. I've been to those. But yes. And also, in addition to that, if the municipality allows this establishment to continue operations past midnight, or the movie theater, for example, and say it's a 2 a.m., is the commission taking a hard stop at the midnight, or is the commission feeling that they would like to tie the last call to the end of non-cannabis business activities? If I've stated that clear enough.
Is this going to be a long conversation? I mean, only because
Yeah, we need to readjust the room for the public listening session.
so I'm going to suggest we
Pick up.
pick this up, adjourn. We have a couple of items that we can address. I think we've made some good progress here today. But because we are scheduled to have the listening session, I think that, because I do think this could be a fairly in-depth conversation, and I would rather just have a start at the beginning. So with that, I want to thank the team. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, attorneys Baker and Bruno. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Recess.
You go to recess.
Or we.
It's one meeting.
Oh, all right. I was okay. I thought it was okay. I will entertain a motion to recess. Commissioner Roy,
So.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Let's have it, and we are adjourned.
Right.
Thank you.
They wouldn't let you take testing unless.
Calling the commission back to order. Before we begin this listening session, I'd like to remind you that this session is being streamed live and there are microphones placed throughout the room. For that reason, we ask you to keep side conversations and noise to a minimum. This will ensure that those watching remotely, as well as those here in the room, can clearly hear the speakers at the podium. Those wishing to testify, we have a sign-up list, and I don't know if there's anybody missing. We have everybody up here. Thank you. If there are elected officials who wish to testify, they may go first, but I don't see any elected officials here. When the listening session begins, we will hear testimony from those who signed up in advance of the meeting and those who signed up to testify today. In order to allow as many people as possible to testify, we will be limiting testimony to 3 minutes. Speakers are invited to come to the podium in the front of the room and introduce themselves and what entity or organization you may represent. Speakers may be asked follow-up questions at the discretion of the commissioners. The commissioners ask that speakers use respectful language and speak to the topic of identifying disproportionately impacted areas in the Donahue study. The commission encourages speakers to submit their testimony in writing as well. For those who cannot attend this public meeting in person, written testimony regarding the identifying disproportionately impacted areas may be submitted to the email commission@cccmass.com with the subject line identifying disproportionately impacted areas no later than 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 12th. So with that, we will call the first person to testify, Dylan Baratovich, not here. Okay, Goldie Piff, not here. Denise Valenti, Tim McNamara, Kevin Gilnack,
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, Executive Director. Appreciate your time this afternoon. My name is Kevin Gilnack. I'm the Deputy Director of Equitable Opportunities Now. Also a longtime resident of DIAs in Dorchester and Lowell, a social equity program participant due to a marijuana arrest that was later pardoned by President Biden. Thank you again for your continued commitment to advancing equity, transparency, and opportunity in the industry and creating the space to hear directly from those most affected by these decisions. I want to again applaud you for completing long-awaited reforms like social consumption and ensuring that this equity framework continues to evolve in a thoughtful way. Progress for social equity has been slow, hard-fought, and is very easy to undo. Every change to DIAs determines who can access exclusive licenses, prioritization, qualify for the social equity program, or receive Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund grants. As someone who might want to open a business one day to build something for my family and lives in a DIA, has been ravaged by the war on drugs in Dorchester. I worry about what happens if those limited funds and municipal approvals must be shared with folks with much more resources from communities like Oak Bluffs or Andover, instead of those who have lived through over-policing and economic exclusion. The last round of grants had twice as much demand for funding as was available, underscoring the need to keep eligibility focused on those truly who were most harmed. The Donahue Institute's report provides valuable data, but is only one study and one set of choices about how to weigh arrests, poverty, demographics, and specifically drug arrests, and can't replace your judgment and authority in determining which qualifies a DIA based on additional research and lived experience and additional context from stakeholders. Please use that report as a tool and not a wholesale substitute for your own analysis. The report's limitations must be viewed in context, including the exclusion of 67 communities and more than 200,000 residents, and several predominantly Black and Latino census tracts in Boston and Worcester, the omission of more than 18,000 juvenile arrests records that would better reflect over-policing compared to arrests of adults who might be more likely to travel from out of state and high traffic areas, and relies on incomplete and inconsistent demographic, poverty, and arrest data. The ACLU found that Black Massachusetts residents were 3 times as likely as white residents to be arrested for marijuana. Over-enforcement of Black and Latino communities was the most significant harm of prohibition and devastated communities and families. The commission should question why overall arrests were weighted twice as heavily as drug arrests or racial demographics, a choice that risks diluting equity for those who were most impacted. The report's an important contribution, but not a final destination. Given the subjective decisions involved, I further encourage the CCC to defer major changes that could negatively impact social equity businesses until we have a designated social justice commissioner to contribute to the conversation. And in the meantime, I urge you to adopt the report's preemptive recommendation that before making changes, we look at designating additional requirements for eligibility for folks in new Tier 2 communities to ensure that those most impacted are those who receive the most benefits, while grandfathering in the current DIAs, and also create a process for staff and commissioners to review additional data for other folks in Tier 1 and Tier 2 who you might not have consensus on incorporating right now, and also to examine those communities that were omitted. So I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Sure, right?
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any specific communities that were omitted that you're concerned about?
In a recent email, there was Forest Hills and 2 other neighborhoods in Greater Boston that were census tracts that were excluded from consideration, I believe due to being high traffic areas, but still had demographic makeup of Black or Latinos of.
Could you
between 80 and
identify,
100%.
so I have right here all the census tracts that were excluded, and I have all the municipalities that were excluded.
Sure.
Is there a way, Kevin, that you could look at these census tracts and identify the ones that you feel should have been included or that were excluded?
I'd be happy to follow up and do that.
Okay, that'd be fantastic.
Okay.
Thanks, Kevin.
Happy to do that.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Kevin, for making the trek down here. 2 quick questions. I'd welcome your thoughts on the report using just census tracts in some of our larger communities, just your thoughts and feedback on just using the census tracts in some of those larger communities.
Sure. I think the folks working on cannabis equity in those municipalities are probably the best equipped to speak to it, but I will say it's very clear that the impact of policing doesn't hew strictly to zip code boundaries. Oftentimes, especially my community of Boston, it was more targeted towards individual neighborhoods, and I think that's how most people often think about large municipalities. I understand the desire to be granular and really try to assess specifics, but I do worry that we risk leaving some folks out who might have been impacted. And again, I think it should be part of a more holistic conversation.
Commissioner Roy?
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Just one quick follow-up. And I know you're on a time limit, and so you were trying to get through your comments fast. This is no. But I want to go back to something you said that he might have rushed through. But you talked about, I think you suggested about Tier 2 communities and potentially specific requirements around those Tier 2 communities, if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, the Donahue Institute report itself acknowledged that many of the municipalities in Tier 2, while impacted, might have specific groups of individuals in those communities who are more likely to be harmed than other folks in those communities, where a community like Mattapan, Dorchester, Roxbury, and others, if you were a member of that community, odds are over-policing and prohibition more directly touched your life. And so the Donahue Institute recommended looking at enhanced criteria for folks who are in those new Tier 2 communities, such as being a member of that community and also being impacted by a cannabis arrest or being in a demographic that was more likely to face over-policing. And I think that that's a common sense safeguard to put in place before looking to expand and particularly new Tier 2 communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Kevin, to the point with the census tracts versus the neighborhoods. So in versus the zip codes. So the zip codes might cast too big a net where people don't need the benefit. And then they said the neighborhood, reading the footnotes in the report, was where do you draw the line? You might live on the opposite side of the street from me, but I get the benefit and you don't. So they said the neighborhood's almost too granular because where do you draw the line? The zip code casts too big a net because people who shouldn't get the benefit are going to get it, where the census tract was the most comprehensive way to help folks. Yes, yeah, your porridge is too cold, your porridge is too hot. That one was just right. Thank you, Chair.
I think the first step would be looking to add the census tracts that were omitted from the first round.
I agree.
Really most deserving, and then survey what's left and who's on the cusp and
Yeah.
have to use your judgment to figure out where to fill those
Yeah,
in.
but you're gonna help us with that part.
Happy to.
Yeah, great.
And again, I certainly hope those cities and towns also contribute their thoughts on how to best make sure the citizens who are most impacted are able to be.
And actually, this is like, we kind of do, we have free reign. And as you may recall, we added at the behest of Commissioner Camargo, who did hold the social justice seat, we put in Lawrence without any study, without any research.
No neighbors information.
Just put them in, and they were a no community. So we actually, if you provided us with a list, we could actually just take a look at your list and vote on that without any study. Now, it bothers me that we spent $200,000 on this study, research to try to get it in the Goldilocks, not too big, not too small. And as I was pointing out, when Commissioner Stebbins said, well, I could be across the street. I sit in the town of Whitman, and I think Abington is one of the towns that's about it, but I literally look across from here to the end of the room is where my neighbors in Abington live. I look across the street, I can see them. So Abington, that census tract was in, yet Whitman wasn't. So if you wanted to, and I'm a little concerned because, you know, one of the arguments, and I've seen you put something in writing, it does feel like we're protecting current incumbents and not allowing future opportunities for other persons who might want to get into this industry. So I will tell you, I'm a little bit skeptical about one of your arguments, which is we want to protect the incumbents at the expense of saying, well, nobody else can come in, because that's what I've been hearing and seeing and sensing and feeling about some of this. But the real question I have is, I think you said that the CCC should pause major policy changes like this one, but we have another huge social justice issue that we're working on. I might be in agreement with you that we might want to wait until we have the Social Justice Commission seat to be filled to consider both this important equity issue, to be looking at the extension of the exclusivity period, which we know our staff is working hard on, and social consumption. So that may be one place that you and I are in 100% agreement that we are hoping that the treasurer, the governor, and the attorney general will appoint that social justice commissioner. You know, we have been struggling. I mean, today we're at an impasse today. You know, I guess, you know, we may want to wait until Commissioner Concepcion is back, which I understand we will have her here helping us both in a couple of weeks. But I think we may want to take your suggestion and all of these major policy changes. We may want to wait. So I would encourage everyone who cares about social equity to reach out to the appointing authorities and tell them that as soon as possible they could fill that position. We've been at a loss since the spring, missing the social justice seat. So I would hope that you could help us with that, because I think that would go a long way towards meeting your goals, our goals, and the goals of the entire social equity community. So I appreciate that.
On that, we're completely aligned and definitely happy to collaborate offline if there's things.
Thank you.
That's awesome. And Madam Chair, if I may,
Please.
Kevin, could you email your testimony? It's very compelling.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Alfredo Johnson. Alfredo, and I don't have your identifier here, so if you could just tell us who and where, just let us know a little bit about you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alfredo Johnson. I'm happy that you guys are looking over the DIA census data, because it has lots of town missing out from the main program, from main cities like Vernon Hill and Worcester, my old town. So if Vernon Hill gets added to the census, I will be able to qualify for the program and be able to look forward on getting my cannabis cultivation license and more in helping and be able to help people in DIA areas.
Thank you. I really appreciate your testimony. Hold on a second.
So,
Alfredo.
And I live close to Worcester and I know the Vernon Hill area. And so if we were to accept Vernon Hill, you would be able to pursue your dream. But because we have not accepted Vernon Hill, that precludes you from the benefits of the program. Okay, and you want to be a cultivator.
Yes, I'm a grower, so I've been doing it for 5 years. I used to be a mechanic, but now I love growing now. It's my passion.
Okay.
Alfredo, you're making me get for
I know.
I feel you. So
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you.
That was very good.
Yeah, thank you. And Alfredo, I think you spoke at our listening session on social
I did.
consumption.
Yes.
So appreciate you coming back and
It's my third
reminding
time.
us of the message.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
No, you made him cry.
I did, I feel
I
it.
just
I
want.
hear you, I hear you.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
And we hear
It's
you.
not
And
easy.
you know what,
This-
that's.
This is the only road too, so I don't
Yeah.
check
And
that.
if I may, Madam Chair, this is so important why we're having this today, because we have people on both sides of this coin. We have people sitting in this room that don't want us to open the doors more and provide, and then we have people like yourself who can't even pursue your dream because we don't open that door further. And so it's important for us to hear from everybody. There's people that they're in the club, and okay, but we want to look and say, okay, is anybody else worthy of being in that cohort, in that group? And so you just gave us a compelling example of why we're here today, why we need to look. Kevin gave us a compelling example. There's census tracts that were probably omitted that need to be in here. So this is a worthwhile exercise. And I thank you for coming out again to talk to us and everybody here. And it's important to hear all sides of the argument.
Be here
Thank you.
every time something's going on.
Appreciate
Coming
it.
all the way from Gloucester too.
Oh.
Worcester, and then,
Oh, you work up in Gloucester.
no, I got housing in Gloucester,
Oh, yeah.
so we had to accept it.
Yeah.
We left
Okay.
Worcester to
But your dream is to come back to Vernon, being back in Worcester and
I
cultivate.
envision him, if he stood like this, he looks like the fisherman in Gloucester and he's steered away to profitability. So we want to help. that.
Yes, thank you, Alfredo. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
thanks, appreciate it. Good job. Thanks. Grant Smith Ellis?
Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thanks very much for this session. Just a housekeeping issue. I know it can seem perfunctory, but if you could just allow remote testimony on the teams, it's like 80 miles round trip. It's hard, it's taxing. It limits who can comment to, for example, people who work for funded operators that will pay them to do this, whereas I did it at a loss, so that's the preface. Number two, why are we here? What are we here talking about? The adoption of the report, not a substantive policy change. It's a $200,000 report that I'm reading right here that was commissioned in 2021. It can be amalgamated into a larger set of policy changes, but there's nothing that's precluding us from adopting the report. It seems to me that there are some underlying issues here. For example, that it would facilitate more pathways to operators. And instead of people coming out and saying, I want to cap the number of licenses being issued. They don't want the bad PR, so they try to attack this report. I also think that there are people who are not comfortable with the research team that was mostly women that put this report together, and so they've been sabotaging it for years. It's 4 years overdue. I did some research, and I looked at the Racial Equity in Cannabis Diversity in Massachusetts Adult Use Industry study put together by Dr. Johnson and her team. It was cited across 8 major academic journals. I couldn't find this study cited through ResearchGate because it's not published, but I was able to find it cited in the Prison Policy Initiatives research, in WBUR, in the National Library of Medicine, in the study Bounded Equity, the Limits of Economic Models of Social Justice in Cannabis Legislation. And I found it in the Journal of Illicit Economies and Development in the study Regulation of Illicit Drugs, State Control and Fragile Institutional Capacity. And I found it in the Boston University News Service. So adopting the report is separate and siloed from the policy changes. We can just adopt the report. And then if we want to expand the number of towns based on an appropriate methodology, we should do that independent of the economic interests of any one given operator, in particular, because there are a lot of groups, whether it's in the testing lab space or this space, that want to just pull the ladder out. We can't do it. We have a per entity license cap, but we don't have total license caps. And keeping the areas of disproportionate impact from being expanded is a way to do an end run around the fact that there's not a total license cap. So I guess my conclusory point is also, we do have to be careful. I think racial justice is an important component of all of this, but we're policy makers if we're doing this, and we have to think about constitutional challenges to these policies. You can't make race-based policies. They have to be based on methodologies that will survive substantive constitutional challenges. So that's important as well. We may have ideals, but we need to understand the constitutional reality. So that's my input.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Grant. And I appreciate you citing all of those places where the report was published. So if I'm hearing you, but I guess adopting accepting the report, it's a tool. Like Kevin said, it's a tool, and we can extrapolate from the tool what makes sense to create more opportunities. So by accepting the report doesn't mean we have to implement it in its entirety. We can accept it and use it as a tool and look at these census tracts that Kevin talked about, or the communities that were omitted, and figure out how we fix it moving forward.
Absolutely. I think it's a way to further your subject matter expertise and give due homage to the UMass Donahue Institute and Dr. Johnson and her team for the work that they did, and to not look for reasons to avoid addressing it.
And if I may, and we are actually, I mean, this report cost $200,000 of taxpayer money that's been sitting on a shelf for years now. And it was a diverse research team, mostly of women, as you alluded to. And we find ourselves now on the exclusivity. We missed that deadline. The data and the metrics were not collected as they were supposed to be this whole time. And what did we do again? We turned to the Donahue Institute, help us out. So now thousands of dollars again, because we didn't collect it. So the Donahue Institute is nationally recognized, esteemed researchers. And I feel that our reaction to their report wasn't necessarily fair to their work or their reputation. And that's just my individual opinion. Thank you.
And I'd like to say, I was hoping that this would be a fairly easy process. I wanted to pay deference to the concerns that Commissioner Stebbins had. I think that we have to have hybrid opportunities to testify, but it really was just make sure, given all of the work that we're doing to try to, move towards the end of regulatory ready for social consumption, it was done very quickly. So I will tell you, it was my initial instinct to do that, but I can do it. Previously, we had not done a hybrid in the past year. So moving forward, we will do our best to make that happen, because I totally understand it. Having worked very closely with the disability community, and that is actually a conversation I've been having in the previous weeks about the fact that I don't think that the commission is doing enough in its efforts to promote opportunities for persons in the disability community. I hear what you're saying, and I'm hoping that we can make improvements to that. So thank you. Mr. Stebbins, do you have any comments or questions?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Grant. Okay, Tito Jackson.
Madam Chair, is it possible that I could switch with Ryan Dominguez? Is that okay?
Yeah.
And can I go after him? If that's okay.
Sure, that's fine. Ryan?
He's a closer anyways.
He's just hoping that at the end, you're gonna be less than 3 minutes, because we'll be worn down by. I know.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, Travis, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm Ryan Dominguez, Executive Director of the MCC, but today I'm actually coming to you as the founder of Mass Cultivate Ed, which is a nonprofit organization I started a few years back that helped individuals who were impacted by the war on drugs or came from communities that were impacted by the war on drugs, as well as an advisory board member for the Social Equity Trust Fund. So in my role as founder of Mass Cultivate Ed, we actually use the social equity program of the CCC, and specifically the areas of disproportionate impact, to decide who we let into our program. And a lot of the time we had to kind of siphon through and figure out who was actually affected by the war on drugs, because there were folks who were moving into areas specifically in Boston, like Roxbury, Dorchester, that maybe had been living there, but they were never impacted. So we had to kind of take it on a case-by-case basis. And I actually had a lot of partners within the industry that were trying to find ways around hiring people specifically that had been impacted by the war on drugs, because maybe they were a little bit more rough around the edges, they had criminal charges, et cetera, and just trying to find people from DIAs. And I think that kind of shows a little bit of the issue that we're kind of dealing with, where we may be giving opportunities to folks who are living in communities that hadn't historically been impacted, and giving them access to things like the social equity program, and then kind of the switching gears, giving them access now to the social equity trust fund, where there's limited amount of dollars to go around. And as we've seen kind of now with the rollout of the social equity trust fund, their main goal is to try to spread out the dollars as much as they can, instead of trying to figure out, okay, which businesses are going to be successful, picking winners, et cetera. And, people may have differences of opinion on whether that's the right theory of change. But if we're adding all these different kind of communities to that pool, we're just going to dilute that funding even more. And I'm not seeing that funding kind of go up year to year. So again, we're just going to add more people to the pool with the same amount of tax dollars that are going to be going around. So I'm ending there, but I just think that it's something that we shouldn't just take the report and then include all of the communities within the DIAs, but maybe take a holistic approach. I think maybe having additional listening sessions. I think the exercise that Kevin is going to go through in terms of finding some of those census tracts. Let us make the point now that, we've been in this industry for a few years now, and I think we can actually have people from these communities come and make the case for the communities that should be added in.
Can I just ask a quick question? When this report first came out, did you provide any feedback or testimony on this?
I hadn't actually created the organization yet when they first started that.
Sure.
Yeah, a couple of, and thank you, Ryan, compelling testimony. And I worked at a correction facility for over a decade. So I truly appreciate you helping people with recidivism reduction, reentry, rehabilitative skills, because the best social program is a job, right?
Mhm.
And we want to help people. So I appreciate all the work that you've done. And that was former President Reagan, so I can't steal that quote, but but I look at Alfredo right behind you, and Alfredo wants a shot.
Mhm.
And so what do we tell Alfredo? That we're not going to look at it? Or should we all agree we need to all look at it collectively, accept this report as a tool, not a blanket acceptance, but let's look at it as a tool. Let's look at Vernon Hill, where he grew up, and let's look at the census tracts that Kevin was talking about with your input.
Mhm.
So let's accept this, not a blanket acceptance, but as a tool, and we can all go through it and say, Alfredo wants a shot. Let's give him a shot, and there's people that were left out,
Yeah.
and let's let them in.
100%. And I agree with that. I think Lawrence is the perfect example. Like, we had a lot of folks who had applied for a program from Lawrence, and we couldn't let them in because of the fact that, it
Yeah.
wasn't included. So I
Right.
think that's a perfect example of like
Right.
the exercise that we
Yeah,
should be
so-
doing by city, by
Right,
town,
so
et cetera.
We got to accept it to fix it. Accept it, and let's work collaboratively on to let the right people in that were left out.
Yeah.
And
I
how
think
do
we're
we
in
do that?
and I think we're in agreement, as long
Yeah.
as like accepting doesn't mean we're blanket.
Yeah, we're not blanket.
adding
No,
all
we're
the-
not going to accept it and say we're going to add all of these tier twos. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but that's my understanding of where we're at. And so if we accept it as a tool, and you guys come back and say these census tracts were left out and these communities were left out, and we want to give Alfredo a chance, I think that's the best path forward, from my perspective.
Yeah, and I agree with that approach. As long as, like I said, like, we're not just accepting it, it's like.
Just accept it as a tool. We can even put that in motion language,
Mhm.
And then figure out what pieces make sense.
Because I just worry starting from scratch after.
Yeah, and-
200,000. But do you think that, I've also heard that geography, because I could move to any one of those neighborhoods if I wanted to, right? And so do you think geography, and this is also one of the things, is trying to find a way to be as comprehensive under the Constitution, and making sure that we have something that stands up to any sort of challenges. But are you comfortable with using geography as a measure by which we look at who is disproportionately impacted, or is it only experiential?
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing is like, now you have to deal with thousands of people. I was probably dealing with a few hundred people at a time where, where I was actually able to kind of go through and like people were applying and sharing their stories with me. So I can actually go and take a holistic approach of like, all right, does this match up with our goals? I think you have to start with something like geography, but I think with the social equity team that you have and like them going out to the communities, I think they understand which ones were actually impacted. So maybe being able to kind of partner with them to find other ways for us to add in criteria in terms of like just blanket accepting people into the program.
Or maybe redefine some of the criteria, right?
Exactly.
Like, let's take a look at that. Let's, like, you know, someone had mentioned, you know, it's a spouse or a parent. Well, maybe we
Exactly.
broaden that,
Mhm.
you know, to another family member. I don't know. You know, there's different things we can look at,
Mhm.
the
But
criteria.
it's not mutually exclusive with us accepting this.
It's not. If we accept it, it's just we can work to collaboratively to figure out who got left out and who we want to let in.
Yeah, and so as we're going to try to make the case for which communities need to be included, I think, you know, in a similar way, maybe some of the folks who are applying for these programs should also be making the case of like their connection to the war on drugs, whether it was family members, et cetera, spouses, whatever.
And if I may, and maybe if we accept this as a tool, then for each group, we have to vote, like we did for Lawrence, we had to vote on Lawrence. We voted on Great Brook Valley up the road. So as you propose census tract, we have to vote on them individually to accept them.
Yeah, understood. And I think that's where we can kind of look at the report and figure out like, you know, what kind of metrics do we want to like maybe judge a lot of these communities on? And maybe that's another way to kind of bring this report from years ago and kind of thinking about, okay, what other things can we look at in terms of the data and then bring that in as some kind of rubric or criteria for grading some of these communities.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins, anything to add? Thank you very much, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Get it. Okay, Tina Jackson, you're back up.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. Commissioners, Lawrence was finally added to the DIA list, and that proves my point. If this study couldn't identify that Lawrence proves the study is fundamentally flawed, and that Lawrence, 80,000 residents, 82% Latino, Hispanic or Latino, 24% poverty, and the 9th highest DOC releases. Every commissioner agreed it was one of the most impacted communities, yet it was excluded from both the 2017 and 2021 studies. And hence, the methodology that couldn't identify Lawrence shows that the study is fundamentally flawed. And we understand the timing issues around when it was initially done. Lawrence was added despite the study, not because of it. And so I think there are some problematic components to the current study. I don't believe in the requirement is on MGL 94G. It requires helping communities disproportionately harmed, and disproportionate equals unequal treatment relative to behavior. Not just who got arrested most, but who got treated worse for the same behavior. In the study, it looks at high risk, poverty, and minority populations, but it never compares arrest rates to actual drug rates. It never compares sentencing lengths for equivalent offenses, and it never examines if similar behavior received the same treatment. We literally do not know if enforcement was disproportionate or proportionate. So I would just note when I look at some of the towns that are included in here, places like Andover, which really probably what happened is there are people from other neighborhoods who got pulled over there. And the study doesn't, and actually the authors of the study say it is not connected to where people actually lived. Places like Oaks Bluff that people vacation in are in there. My request would be for a 9-month proper study. One that looks at comprehensive data collection, one that measures all disproportionality, one that gives proper statistical analysis, stakeholder validation, having these conversations. And in closing, I think expanding now based on a study that couldn't identify Lawrence equals a spread of resources and a manner that's way too thin. It misses communities and it fails to measure the disproportionality. And so I would ask today that there be an opportunity for a 9-month study, and we do a pause in order to actually look at this in a comprehensive fashion. Thank you so much.
Do you think that we need to use data in making these decisions?
Yeah, I am a very data oriented person, but we need to use accurate data.
Do you understand
in
why we did put Lawrence in? Do you know why Lawrence wasn't
They
included?
didn't have the NIBRS
They
data.
didn't provide us with the data.
Absolutely.
So I don't know, you know what I mean? That's I don't think that means that the study is flawed. It means that the city didn't want it.
But there were 56 communities that didn't have that data either. And so what I'm saying is, the reality is, I don't think there's anyone who was in your role who was like, oh my goodness, Lawrence is in this list. And so that for me means if there was not other components that could comprehensively pull that in, I do think there are flaws. And I will be submitting testimony that could point out some of those in a more concise fashion.
Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, and I will agree with the chair, but because they didn't report to NIBRS. And the Donahue had to use metrics and data, to Grant's point, because it would be arbitrary and capricious if we just selected communities that wouldn't hold to constitutional laws. So they had to go off of the first study used the uniform crime reporting data. The second study used NIBRS. And I'm also looking at the drug offenses based on the highest charge is right here. I think you said that there was no drug offenses, but I have it right here. So unless you are saying you want it strictly cannabis offenses and not, because this had Class D possession, Class D distribution, to help more folks.
Commissioner, I stated that we didn't have data on sentencing, not what they were charged, right?
Do you want incarceration?
Well, I do want to know, because that's where we find disproportionality, and real disproportionality would say we were both charged with the same thing, and you got a longer period of time than I got. I believe that's how we would tease out that component. And again, the MGL on this is that the request is for disproportionality versus simply that there was an issue there. And so I think that is where this component lies. We were just on a call earlier about the funds that are in the fund. The calculations that I've made is there would potentially be another 2,000 folks who are eligible for the social equity program. And with that stated, we are all, now at a place where they're capping the amount of money that they're giving already because there's not enough. In addition, this would also mean the amazing SEP program that I was able to go through, and we are all able to go through. We may not all be able to go through the program because the commission also can't take in 2,000 folks at the same time. So I think it is very also critical that we are making sure that we have the right folks coming in addition, that we have the capacity to take all of the folks that are in the space.
I'm sorry, where did you get that number, 2,000? I mean, 2,000 based on accepting this report, or 2,000 already in the cohort now?
No, actually, there's about 500 and some odd folks.
Right, but
I used Claude. And so I used AI to help with this calculation. And that it came back, and I will tell you what I put in. I actually said, I would like you to analyze this study as the top 1% of researchers in the United States and how they would analyze it. And I will send you the data that came back. And that is one of the things that it looked at. And it said it could potentially swell the program to over 2,000 folks. So
tell Alfredo behind you that the commission is completely underfunded right now. This report costs $200,000.
Another 9-month study, which probably
and the funds we don't have to conduct the study.
So Alfredo and I have already connected. So we're actually going to do some things together. I've helped, well over 10 people get into business. But I would, yeah, but what I would, and there are other ways to get in. Social equity, as we know, is not the only way. But in terms of the actual timing for folks like Alfredo, I also would tell Alfredo that I don't believe Alfredo should have to compete with people from Andover who make $140,000 a year and who were not disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. I also tell Alfredo what I kind of have to tell myself. I grew up in Roxbury, and in 1991, when I was a sophomore, there was 151 murders at the height of crack cocaine. And I had to wait a long time and to continue to move forward. But I would tell Alfredo that the 9-month study that would happen would be protective and be less harmful than allowing all of these census tracts, neighborhoods and communities, and people who possibly were not disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, and also possibly don't have the same challenges that Alfredo and I have getting into this industry.
If there's a question, should we just throw out I'm so sorry. So I apologize. So should we just throw out all geographic based opportunities and just make it experiential only?
Absolutely not. I think we have an opportunity to look at accurate data, accurate methodology and study design that will identify areas where people were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. The piece here is that we have not done that to date. And so therefore, what we're putting forward is a study, one that's antiquated. 2021 is a relatively, I was a little skinnier. Actually,
did you provide commentary when this came out in 2000?
Madam Chair, in 2021, I was trying to get open and pay my $10,000 a month hold fees.
Yeah.
In order to get open. So no, I didn't have the capacity to do that. The last thing I would ask respectfully, I run a business. I have 37 employees. Having the ability to do this online would be really, really helpful because it makes it really difficult to be able to pull away from the business. I just want to say to folks like Alfredo, brother, we're in lockstep in doing this, but I don't want Alfredo and others like Alfredo to have all of the funds diluted and also access to these programs that we fought so hard for to be extended to people who frankly didn't have a disproportionate path to getting here. And so that's what this is about. It's not about, and by the way, it's not about exclusion. It's about inclusion of the right groups of individuals and doing it in the right way. And again, as a C student, it's also about doing our homework and ensuring that we have the proper methodology in this. And I want to thank y'all for the opportunity to be here.
Any questions, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And, just to be a little bit clear on Lawrence, it was recognized in the Donahue Institute report that they're like, I'm sorry. I'm not speaking loud enough. The Donahue Institute report did recognize they did not have the data on Lawrence. It was what they recognized as a shortcoming. And the commission took steps between research and I think government affairs to reach out to Lawrence, get the data in a form that made sense, that wasn't necessarily NIBRS, but made sense to them. And that's why when our team essentially reviewed the data, we felt we can make the proposal or the suggestion that Lawrence be included. So it was in the report, was recognized, and I think the Donahue Institute fully admitted that, if we had more data from them, we would include them. So,
war on drugs took 50 years. I just asked that we get 9 months to get this thing right. Let's not expand a broken system. Let's fix it first, then expand it properly with real, proper, and aligned evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, with that, in business, unanticipated time of posting. Next meeting date is going to be, I believe, the November 7th.
Tomorrow, we're gonna sleep here.
And,
If you're wondering, no.
I'm just not gonna move.
Stick around.
Obviously, we are tentatively scheduled for November 18th. That will be a regular meeting, but we also will be using that for any tie-up. But I think some people have raised some important issues about the need to have all voices at the table that we might be considering how we approach social consumption by making sure that all the voices are at the table. So I hope you'll call folks and say we need that voice at the table sooner rather than later. Okay, thank you. Oh,
Thank you all.
we do have one more. Is that Doug
Nope.
Goldie?
Hello. Commissioners, how are you?
Hello.
Chair, nice to see you. So I do apologize for coming in a little late, but I think that just based on the conversations that I've been hearing folks having about the ADI communities and obviously with the report, I think that, you know, based on even just like Mass Eon, I like what they said about this could be a tool. I don't think it's the whole thing. Okay, I don't think it's the full report of what we should be considering as like what communities we should consider. Ultimately, I think that this is a tool, but it's not word is bond. And I think that we should be measuring based on historical and present day barriers. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that we could consider things like the federal poverty level for every community, historic insurance rates, which, as you know, is based on crime. Whew, sorry, y'all, because I was coming up the stairs.
Don't worry.
And then, yeah.
It's okay, it's okay.
I'm like, we got like 2 minutes. And also things like the SNAP benefits, right? We see that some communities are in need of certain things like more than others, certain benefits that others, you know, I don't want to like say particular racial groups, but obviously in certain communities you see that there are higher rates. So I want to talk about like Springfield, Lawrence, for example, which were on that recent report that we saw local communities could are benefiting from public services from. I would also mention community health centers. You know, typically community health centers are obviously located within these communities that can't afford, you know, or don't have access to bigger hospitals and probably need more services. They also target low-income communities in particular. I want to mention like Brockton, for example, they have a local community health center, Lawrence does as well, and they service the general area. Also things like the housing projects, right, per community, right? Some communities have more housing projects than others, but we know obviously if you are smoking in a, you know, federal building and if it's weed, you would likely get penalized for it. And during a time like the, you know, the 80s, that was something that you could see where people would use that as a means to arrest. The other thing I just want to mention is that, you know, we're talking about groups of people who are subject to racial profiling. And so those are things that we have to consider as well. What communities do we see more of those rates at all based on just whatever, if it's rate of different racial groups or ethnic groups, but things like that to consider because those are the ones that are likely going to be policed or have historically been policed. And then two just last and final points, the people are the community, right? So it's very great to kind of look at these graphs and be like, yes, this community and this community, but I can tell you right now that if I live in an ADI community and I don't have, even if I'm classified as being a part of this, I don't have the opportunity to work or establish a cannabis business in an ADI community that is a no town, which we talked about before. So even though these are great, you know, stipulations and, you know, standing points, it doesn't always talk about all of the opportunities that could be created. And then there are still barriers within those opportunities to the people we're trying to create them from. So, and for. And I think this question bears in mind, I mean, ultimately it's who gets the opportunities, where, what kind, and how. And just for historical points, I think we can also reference things like the crack epidemic, you know, whose children were a part of that as well. We talk about like with the weed charges, if my parent was, you know, charged with any weed issues in the past, and that means that I could probably qualify for social equity. So these are kind of the things that are parallel just because of the timing of when the war on drugs was. And we know that it was more wide ranging and not just to one particular thing. And on the historical point, that was that, but the present day points, we want to look at things like what's the juxtaposition between an ADI community and what the opioid, rates or the crisis has hit hardest? And we're seeing that Hispanic communities and Black communities are to that. Things like also urban renewal. In the 1970s, we know that there were some communities that were targeted based on blight. So if the federal government felt that one area was too blighted, they would take an action like through urban renewal and then, switch it up and make it a new community. So these are just different factors and something to consider. And I realize that was my time, but thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, I enjoyed your testimony. And yeah, I think you said some of the opportunities because they're not there because there are no towns. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Lawrence is a no town.
Lawrence.
And so we accepted Lawrence,
Exactly.
but there were no town. Is that what you were alluding to, Lawrence?
Yes, I am alluding to Lawrence. And I also want to mention, we have like a community. I live in Lowell right now, but I'm from Lawrence. I grew up in Lawrence, and a lot of folks that I do know that would love to do, weed businesses, they just can't in our town, in our city that we grew up in. And it's just ridiculous. But again, still classified as an ADI community, but you can't actually operate a business there. So what are the barriers to the opportunities that we're creating? That is a perfect example.
That's right.
Thank you.
Stebbins, Commissioner Stebbins, have the question.
Thank you. Thanks for making the rundown here to offer your thoughts. I think we also need to just reflect for a moment on the importance of, and Lawrence is an interesting case, right?
Yes.
That it is ADI. It's a no community. Revere is a no community and also an ADI.
Exactly.
So we haven't quite cut that line yet or figured that out. But as somebody living in Lawrence, all of a sudden, because you're in a DI community and so many of our licensees with their positive impact plans look to hire people that have been residents of ADIs, let's keep that benefit in mind, that all of a sudden you become perhaps more of an attractive person for them to hire versus somebody else. So
yes,
yeah, I appreciate what I'm hearing from you, the frustration of I can't start a business in the town that's an ADI and that, or where I live or where I grew up. I get that frustration, but we got to keep in mind all of the other ancillary benefits that can
absolutely
also be made.
And following that, I'm is Oak Bluffs, but we actually had the issue of ACK on Nantucket, and you raised the issue about their positive impact plan, and that is one of those locations that it may be generally a summer location, but it actually is one of those communities that could possibly help Nantucket with its crisis right now in terms of how it can provide opportunities for people to continue to supply. Again, when you talk about having access to products, whether it's not that there's a lot of public housing on Nantucket, but anyway, making sure that those products are available to patients and other people. So anyway, those are some of the things that we have to consider, and I appreciate your testimony.
I appreciate it.
And if I heard you, and I appreciate all the different factors you said about federal poverty levels, SNAP benefits, community health centers, housing projects, to name a few.
Yes.
And so you were saying, and I think we're all in agreement, don't accept it a blanket acceptance, but accept it as a tool.
Yes.
To provide opportunity. That's what, did I hear you correctly?
Yes, Commissioner Roy, yes, you did.
Okay.
And I would also add that I think it's really important where we're talking about the workforce. You just mentioned that, Commissioner Stebbins, but obviously it's ownership versus, working. And I think that a lot of what Black and Brown communities really do want is opportunities to own so that we can also have an equal footing with the economic space. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And if I may, taking down the road, right, we're going to tackle medical at some point, and vertical integration is a big deal, right?
Yes.
And if that was gone, and so no community can be a no town for medical. So just thinking of opportunities down the road, right? If that red tape was reduced, perhaps that could avail opportunity as well down the road.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And I just want to say, I don't even think I introduced myself, but I'm Nairobi Sanchez. And, I do a couple of things in the cannabis industry. I consult, small businesses, but I also help those who are impacted by the drug war in any which way to find opportunities. And oftentimes it's always, I want to grow or I want to own a business, and never really, I just want to work in a dispensary. Although those are ways that I say, we want to get you to learn so that way you can just see how it is even to own. But this conversation is incredibly important, and I'm very grateful that we're having it. And thank you to everybody who spoke. I hope that I can hear everybody's comments later.
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
Okay, good, because I was rushing to get here, but
Yeah.
Lowell traffic.
Where'd you drive from?
From Lowell, yes.
Lowell,
And I
yeah.
did want to mention just one thing about Lowell. Lowell is unique in the sense that we have so many different diverse groups of people in Lowell. I mean, every different kind of person you could think of. But, we do have those parts of the Lowell area that just are super rich, super white, probably not impacted by the war on drugs. And then we look at things like the census tract numbers and that kind of labels it.
So that's interesting. So we accepted Lowell.
Yes, I saw that, which is why I kind of wanted.
And you're telling by doing that, we accepted rich white.
No, I'm just mentioning that there's a community within that. So Lowell, if you're from Lowell or the Merrimack Valley, you might know that there's a community called Belvedere. And it is very much just like Haverhill has Bradford, and they just it's too siloed within the one town, and you're still a part of it. But that meaning, there are some people within the community that will have that nuance. So whether we could accept Lowell as a whole, I think originally as it was just those few communities. Just keep that in mind. And we'll see how it plays out.
So when we voted on it, we accepted the entire community of Lowell. And in doing that, the folks that live in that community you just referenced are now in a DIA.
Yes. And I guess the good thing about that is that we do see that there are changes in what ownership looks like in home ownership. So somebody who may have lived in downtown Lowell or in my area, Centerville, which is impoverished as well, you may have moved to Belvedere and got a nice house, and all of a sudden you also can have your own cabin.
So there's a benefit to it.
So there is a benefit. What
I
I'm
see.
saying is that is incredibly nuanced, which is why I referenced that the people are the community and a little less about just these few qualifications. The people, meaning those who probably have had universal experiences under, whatever SNAP benefits, historic insurance rates that are high. But that can say to you within their reasoning and proof, yes, I'm someone who has been impacted by this. So it's so nuanced, and I know you guys have a hard job to do, but I think it's good that everyone here gave.
I do too. It was just a really good discussion with everybody. I'm really appreciative of everybody's testimony.
Well, thank you, Coach.
Thank you. I think with that, we've already, thank you. We've already stated the next meeting date. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Chair O'Brien votes yes. Commissioner Stebbins.
Yes.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. It's really good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.